Looks like we are ready to start. Welcome to day 5 of Earth Week, which is Earth Day. So our set of events is culminating in Earth Day, which is fitting for what we have built up throughout the week. And as we had themes for 3 out of the 4 days so far, we have one for today. The theme is hope. And there will be a panel about that, but we also will talk about that throughout the day. Just a little preview, there will be 2 main events today, so it's a little bit lighter on the schedule. The climate prize, and then in the afternoon, conversations about inflection points that is led by the focal area leads. But before getting started, let's just reflect a little bit on Earth Day. So Earth Day has its 52nd anniversary today. The first one was in 1970, and it's celebrated in nearly 200 countries. About 1 billion people are activated according to the website of Earth Day. That's close to 10% of the world population. That's actually, you could say that's a sign of hope that we have that kind of event. Where did Earth Day come from? Why was it actually initiated? Many of you know, some of you might not know. So I just will go very briefly through that and weave it into what a future Earth Day could look like. It was really a logical consequence, the creation of Earth Day was a logical consequence of the massive pollution of our planet that we inflicted upon it by a booming industrial output during the middle of the last century. And the science started to show. It was actually preceded by the 1962 publication of Rachel Carson's book, Silent Spring, which, by the way, was translated into 17 languages and sold more than 2 million copies around the globe. It also was preceded by the formation of the Club of Rome in 1968. The landmark publication of the Club of Rome, Limits to Growth, came 2 years after the first Earth Day, but the dynamics built up at about the same time. Now, Earth Day itself was initiated by US Senator Gaylord Nelson and others who were witnessing the effects of human activity on the environment. And I think it was triggered by the oil spill and the effects of the devastating oil spill off Santa Barbara along the coast of California. Looking at that and inspired by the anti-war movement of students, they said, let's see if we can create a similar movement to raise the consciousness about the environment, the planet, and how we are dealing with it. So on April 22nd, 1970, they held a teach-in on many campuses around the US, and they put it between spring break and end of term to optimize the participation. But it was not just students, it was Americans of all ages across different value systems who came together and rallied behind the issues that were at the core of Earth Day, thinking about where did we drive our planet to, where will it go, and what can we do to avoid further damage. So at that time, at that first Earth Day and at the following ones, we raised our voices for human health, animal health, life in general on the planet, but also for planetary health, which is actually bringing us back to the name of our building here. Earth Day, in my view, was a monumental success. And after 20 years, in 1990, it went international with, at that point, 141 countries participating. So 2 years ago, we were set to celebrate the 50th Earth Day and get together for a big celebration, but we found ourselves quote unquote locked up because we had experienced a shock by a virus And it prevented us from really gathering the way we had planned. By April 22, 2 years ago, 2020, 210 countries had confirmed cases of the coronavirus, a deadly pandemic that actually continues to this day. And by now, if you count the casualties, the official number is between 6.2, 6.5 million. If we look at what the excess death rate tells us, it's probably between 12 and 24 million. So it's something that we still have not yet fully dealt with, in spite of all the reliefs in the restrictions that we were in. And you all heard that the latest one was that you can now fly in a plane without a mask. This year, we opened the week that led up to today by a moving speech by Zoya Lytnin, Ukrainian educator, who told us of the terrifying events in Ukraine that started on February 24. The war in Ukraine, the invasion of a sovereign nation by Russia, was another shock to the system that, in a way, like COVID-19, was somewhat foreseeable, but somehow we also slept through warning signs until we actually saw it. And we are now watching in real time, in essence, on TV, how entire cities are destroyed and how lives are taken. And importantly to me, when I think about that, it also shows our inability as global society to stop a single nation from committing unimaginable and horrifying atrocities. So that gives us pause sometimes to think about where have we gotten. But it also gives us, it's a stark reminder for us that while Earth Day was triggered by worrying about the environmental systems, we have to really go beyond that. We have to understand that the environmental systems, the societal systems are closely interlinked. And without both of them being intact and being healthy, there won't be planetary health. So definitely, if we are not woken up by the war in Ukraine, then we will have a very difficult time to understand what is ahead of us. A healthy society requires a healthy planet and vice versa. So that actually reminds us that although a lot has been achieved since the first Earth Day, a lot is actually ahead of us. Now, I know that today's theme is hope, what I just talked about does not sound that hopeful. But sometimes I have to say, when I look at the darker sides of life, I worry that if we talk too much about hope, that we are forgetting, we are losing sight of reality, which actually sends us these messages. You know, the planet is talking to us saying, you really have to see the urgency and you have to start to act. So with that in mind, we have to make sure that we don't forget about that, but we also have to keep going. So there is no choice. We cannot become hopeless. And we do have options. There is reason for hope. There are many reasons for hope. During this week, we saw some of them. We had presentations of the prototype of the so-called mechanical tree, a unit that takes CO2 back out of the atmosphere that will help with keeping the planet cool. We learned about ocean research that ranges from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and with the aim to create marine protected areas. We heard about what is being done on our way to what some people call half nature, through an intermediate step, 30 by 30, whereby 2030 we protect 30% of the natural systems of the planet. And of course, we opened this building. This is a place where solutions that give us hope are conceived. It's a place for the young minds, primarily in my view, to get together, to thrive, produce new ideas, some that we might dream of but never manage to get there because our trajectory, our upbringing was way too narrow, too much focused on single disciplines. We have to help them to do that better, allow them to dream of a better future, their future. It was also a sign of hope to see this building for the first time bustling with people, not just here in the auditorium, but outside, going across the canal. That's what this building actually was meant to be. And we hope that in the future, this is how it will work. It's not a building closed for those who are inside to do their work in secrecy. It is meant as a building that radiates throughout the campus and beyond. Now, sometimes we say we have entered what you could call a decisive decade for action concerning a better, more sustainable future. We are at a point where we have pressure, but we also have an opportunity for a reset. And this is also a chance for a re-engagement with our planet, with its life-supporting systems. We can redefine this relationship with our world. We can change our choices as individuals in work, travel, food, and in aggregate, we can actually have an impact on the natural world. So we have the tools, we have knowledge, we have partnerships, and this should give us hope. But scientists and scholars in the future simply have to work differently. We cannot continue to work the way academia has worked for too long, too slow, too dissociated from the problems that Earth Day brings close to us year after year. But let's imagine now Earth Day 2070, the 100th anniversary of Earth Day. Let's imagine how the world would look like at that time and take the obvious steps that will lead to a better world at the time now, and take these steps now, so that we will have a real cause for celebration in 2050, 48 years from now. So with that, I will close my opening remarks and will hand over to Andrew for his fourth and for this week last provocative set of questions to some of us to get us going.
Thank you, Peter. If the panel wants to come in. So yes, our fourth and final Firestarter to get people's imagination going through provocative, but hopefully very constructive and inspiring conversation. Interestingly, as Peter was talking there, I was remembering a talk I heard several years ago now by Larry Brilliant, who, as well as being a former pre-colleague at the University of Michigan, was the founding executive and director of Google.org. And Larry tells a story about when he was an undergraduate at the University of Michigan. On one cold, snowy night, he was totally disillusioned, totally unsure about who he was and what he was doing, wandering the streets. And he wandered into a building where there was a meeting going on. And he walked into this building, and there were a handful of people in the audience. And I was remembering this because we're sitting here on Earth Day, and we've got a very select group here. And there was a speaker on the stage and just this few people in the audience. And the speaker said, look, I know it's a small crowd, but this is an important crowd. Why don't you come up on the stage and we'll have a conversation? So Peter, Larry joined them on the stage, and he said that conversation changed my life. At a moment of hopelessness, I got hope, and it changed the things that I did in my life. That speaker was Martin Luther King Jr. And it always reminds me that it's not how many people you have, but it's who you have. It turns out that story is actually quite apocryphal. I actually looked at the details in the event, and it was in the summer and there was a big crowd. But the story is so inspiring that it hasn't left me. And it's a great reminder of how we can find hope and how the importance, where the importance is of finding hope when sometimes we are sitting here in despair. So with that, I want to get to our subject, and thanks, Peter, for setting us up, because that was a great setup in terms of thinking about how we find a pathway forward to hope in a world that sometimes does seem hopeless. As I was preparing for this, I was actually remembering stuff that I'd written a couple of years ago. And I should say here, anytime a moderator reaches for their own book and threatens to read from it, you should get very, very worried. But I'm going to do this anyway, and I'm going to do it because back in 2019, I was writing my book, Futurizing, and beginning to write the preface, which I actually finished in 2020. And there's a link here because the book was originally supposed to come out on the 50th anniversary of Earth Day. COVID completely ruined those plans. But this is what I was writing initially in 2019, and then going into 2020 in the introduction. I started off the book by saying, we live in a world in turmoil. As I write, we're grappling with a future-changing global pandemic. Refugees are being held in less than human conditions as they strive to build a better future. A growing wave of populism and nationalism is sparking another type of global epidemic, this one of mean-spirited inhumanity, and people the world over are being denied the futures they aspire to because of the narrow-mindedness of others. And over everything, there's the looming disaster of climate change as we sacrifice long-term sustainability for short-term gain. That was 2 years ago. And yet it seems like in the previous 2 years, things have got immeasurably worse. I don't think anybody would say that we managed COVID that well. Sure, we came up with new vaccines incredibly fast, but when you look at the geopolitics of COVID, when you look at the pushback against seemingly rational and sensible measures to prevent people getting sick and dying, we've made an awful mess of it. As Peter said, we're now living in a world that is at war, with Russia and Ukraine battling against each other, but it's not the only conflict in the world. There are conflicts all over the world that have sprung up and intensified over the last few years. We're dealing with a rash of misinformation around the world, with people pushing ideologies that are not based on fact and reason, but based on how they want to control others. So it seems like even in 2 years, things have become even more hopeless. And yet, going back to that example with Larry Brilliant, we can't afford just to become disillusioned. We've got to find the pathway of hope forward in a world that seems hopeless. So to explain to us how exactly we're going to do that, I have this fantastic panel here. And of course, going down, you know Peter, but I'm going to give him his brief introduction anyway. So on my far left, we have Peter Schlosser, who's the Vice President and Vice Provost for Global Futures at ASU and leads the Julianne Wrigley Global Futures Laboratory. He's also a member of the German National Academy of Sciences and an elected fellow at the American Association for the Advancement of Sciences, the American Geophysical Union, and the Explorers Club. And his primary academic expertise is on the Earth's hydrosphere and how humans affect the planet's natural state. Next to Peter, we have Susan Goldberg. Susan is a vice dean and professor of practice at Arizona State University with dual appointments in the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism and Mass Communication and the College of Global Futures. Susan's team have won many journalism prizes over the years, including the Pulitzer Prize, 7 Pulitzer Prize finalists, and 11 National Magazine Awards. And Susan herself has been recognized repeatedly for her leadership. The honor that made her smile the most, according to my notes, was in 2020 when she was selected as number 7 on InStyle magazine's Badass 50 list. And then we have Nina Berman on my left. So Nina is director of and a professor in the School of International Letters and Cultures at Arizona State University. And her research and teaching centers on questions related to globalization, mechanisms and histories of exclusion and inclusion and intercultural exchange. So thank you all for agreeing to be part of this panel. And I want to start off with a really challenging question. And I look at this and I actually don't have my questions here. Okay, I'm totally winging it. Let's put that there. Okay, so, but the question I want to start with is, as each of you looks to the future, and Peter, you've alluded to this slightly anyway, but I want to expand on this. What do you see as being the biggest challenges humanity faces in the next 20 years? And I'm going to start with you, Nina.
Thank you so much for the introduction and for the question. Biggest challenges we're facing, to tie it back to hope, is that I think what we need the most are shared visions that lead us to action. And I actually think that right now there is an abundance of hope in the world, but it's often the wrong kind of hope. I mean, Vladimir Putin is driven by some sort of hope for a larger Russia. And so when we are talking, and I was listening to your comments, you talked about the we. I'm wondering which we are we actually talking about? And I think that's a big challenge. So we're not just talking about academics here. And so when we're talking about the next 20 years and what is the big challenge, I think it is this shared vision that can lead us to action.
So we're going to come back to this, but before I go to Susan, say a little bit more about this, because this seems to be critical, that it's not just hope in general, but it's having that sort of hope where we can all get behind it and move forward. So is there in fact, this is rhetorical because you've already answered it, but it seems like there's a really dangerous side of hope. If it's misplaced hope, or if it's self-centered hope, or it's destructive hope, how do we spot that type of hope and navigate that?
Yeah, just to say a little bit more about that, I mean, there is a hope that can also be very passive, right? The hope that, okay, somebody will take care of this. I trust the system, I trust God, I trust whatever, right? So it's also tied to belief.
Right.
So beliefs are critical, and that's tied to knowledge, and that's where we come in a little bit.
Right.
I think. So I think role models are incredibly important pathways towards action. That's why Greta Thunberg was such a, I think, event really on the planet, because there was suddenly a person who stood up against the whole system and modeled the kind of behavior that I think we need. And for me, in the 70s, when I first became aware of these questions, it was Greenpeace, for example, as an organization. So I think we need role models that lead us and that model this pathway towards action.
Great, thank you. Susan, same question to you. What do you think some of the biggest challenges there are for humanity in the next 20 years?
Well, it's really hard to narrow it down because it's quite a long list, unfortunately. But I would have to say, the issues around planetary health that we have spent this week talking about, inequality and how that is growing in the world. And to me, the biggest one, which affects the other two very directly, is the rise of distrust or the lack of trust. And it speaks a lot to what you were talking about, because if nobody believes the science, then they're not going to take action on climate change. If nobody, believes what's really in front of them with this growing inequality around the world and understands how that plays out in everything from, revolution to people who just won't participate in society, then how are we going to fix these problems? So I do really think this rise of distrust because of misinformation and disinformation and the viral spread that we have seen because of the wonderful technology tools that we have, that really scares me. There's that old expression, right? A lie can go halfway around the world before truth can get its pants on.
Right.
It is, of course, as more politely people say, get its shoes on. But I do really worry about that because I think it infects everything.
And let me just ask you about that, because technology seems to play a crucial role here. And we've already heard Peter talking about the mechanical tree as a technology that we hope will help us solve problems. But now you're talking about a technology that exacerbates problems. What's your sense on how we even need to be thinking about technology as an instigator of problems versus solutions?
Oh, I think it's both things, right? It's you've got to hold that contradiction together because both things are equally true. Technology, could be the answer to the very problems that technology has exacerbated.
Right.
And I do think both of those things are true.
Yep. So Peter, I know you talk a lot about the challenges we face in the future. So same question to you, but also I would ask you, is there anything that you haven't heard people talking about yet that really keeps you awake at night when it comes to the challenges we face?
Anything that I think people have talked about everything. But to me, what is the biggest challenge is to figure out what is a joint vision of a future that needs positive hope, that we can agree upon, which is actually based on understanding that there are quite a few value systems that we have to recognize, that we have to respect, but at the same time, how can we work together? How can we actually work across these value systems and figure out where is common ground, where are the differences, what are the methods to actually get some sort of consensus. And then we are at a point where we can say, how are we using different tools? For example, technology, how not to use technology, how to prepare that if we introduce new technologies, that there will be side effects that we simply cannot anticipate, but that we are ready to move when we see them coming. So that is something that I feel we talk about quite a bit increasingly, which is a good thing. But I don't think we have actually really broken through that barrier of capturing that at its essence.
So do you think there is a baseline set of value systems that we can all get behind globally? Or do you think we've somehow got to negotiate the values that we adhere to? How do we do that?
Personally, I think there is probably a core set of values that people would agree to. Although with some of the recent events, both COVID and the Russia-Ukraine war, you are wondering how much we value life. Because that would have been one that I would always have said, that's something that we probably can rally around in different ways to describe it, in different ways to, express it. But now I have to say, I have to rethink how much we really value life, because a lot of the decisions we made during COVID, which were driven by our feeling for convenience, we in essence accepted that we are losing lives somewhere around the globe, sometimes close to us. Russia, of course, shows that in some situations, life doesn't matter. So that is, but just coming back to your point, I think there are some core values, but then there are quite a few value systems that are diverging.
Right.
That is really where the key problem is, or the key challenge. I wouldn't say the key problem, the key challenge, to identify them and see if we can bring them together.
And Susan, you must grapple with this all the time as a journalist and communicator, sort of understanding the value landscape you're working with. What does it look like from your perspective?
Well, it's hard, right? And I think telling the story of climate is a perfect example. Mm-hmm. You've got to be an honest communicator, a truthful communicator. You've got to really make people aware of the problems and their severity. But at the same time, if all you do is focus on the very bad and dire, I believe you're going to lose most of that audience. And people will run screaming from the room. They're going to feel overwhelmed. They don't want to hear it, and they don't know what to do about it. So you've got, again, to do both things. You've got to really show people the problems, but then show them the beauty of the earth, what they need to protect, and give them some actionable information on how they can protect it as an individual, as a member of a community, as, say, a business, or even as a voter. and not prescribing action for people, but giving them a sense that they can get involved in a solution, that solutions are out there to be had. We've done a very poor job communicating that.
So the aim of these is to be provocative. So I'm going to be really provocative now. Don't people like bad news? Don't people just suck in bad news? Isn't this how journalists make their living, on bad news?
Well, I mean, doom scrolling is a phrase for a reason, right? I do think there is this allure of, oh my God, how awful. What I also think is true, and there's a lot of data that will back it up, that people will click on a bad headline, but they won't stay with those stories.
Right.
That they walk away from them, they put them down. And, you know, when I was the editor of National Geographic, this is something we struggled with all the time, which was, you know, that balance between wonder and worry, if you will, right? To get that right, to not have people literally put down your content and walk away from it.
But it's so funny you say that, because those do seem to be the two things that drive people. I certainly, writing about science, wonder grabs people and worry absolutely grabs people. What's in the middle? What's the third option here where you can grab people where it's neither wonder or worry, but it's helping them understand how they can be part of building something?
Well, I think every good story, whether that's a journalistic story or it's a lecture or it's a conversation, you know, an intellectual conversation, is going to involve perspective and history and somebody putting events into context. And I think context has so much to do with the success of how we tell stories. But there's nothing wrong with telling a story about wonder or a story about worry. Just add a little of each to each.
Okay, right. So add layers to that. And then Nina, coming back to you, and I still want to explore this idea of value systems, because it does strike me, the more I talk to people, the more it seems like people assume that there is one set of value systems and everybody thinks like them, and you suddenly discover everybody's on the different page. How do you begin to navigate this when there are really important different value systems?
Well, I think I agree with Peter. I mean, in terms of vision, shared vision is important, and that's your question, of course. Yes. So how do we get there? I think compassion and to really actually say love and compassion are absolutely crucial, but it needs to be concrete in a way. Right. So that's where the
not the Hallmark version of love.
Right. No, it's not like the whole planet or love for the planet or for people who are far away who I don't know. That's probably hard for people to really get to that point. And we're seeing that also with the reaction to the war in Ukraine, how the neighboring countries, they really are compassionate. There is solidarity. There is a lot of resilience, solidarity, compassion, love, whatever you want to call it. The farther you get away from it, the less of a commitment to support is there. Right. So I think tying it to something concrete and local is really important. And I think that's what ASU is also trying to do in many of the initiatives.
Really interested to see how we operationalize this, because going back to something that I think actually was either you or Peter said about, you look at someone like Vladimir Putin, they're driven by hope. Mm-hmm. You have to believe that people that are doing bad things have got their own value system, but it's totally in dissonance with the value systems of others around them. So how do you deal with the sort of world where almost anybody would say, I've got my values, I'm trying to build the future that I think is the right future, and yet it's totally in conflict with other people? How do you find that compromise? How do you find that commonality?
Well, it is clearly the biggest challenge right now on the planet, right? We have all these dictatorial men in power in so many countries.
Right. And they're all men. I need to underline that. Yes.
I would like to underline that.
That could change.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Out for that.
Sure. But right now it is mostly, Xi and Putin, and there's a long list of very dictatorial men who are not about collaboration and compassion and so forth. So that is, of course, our challenge, and we have to come up with visions that counter that. So what is at stake? What do we lose if we don't do anything, right? So how do we get to action? I think is remains for me the critical point, because even with a shared vision, to really get to something, you said actionable, right? So something that is actually doable. that is our key responsibility, not just challenge.
And it seems, I'm going back to you, Susan, if we're talking about fostering a shared vision, communication and engagement must be critically important here. So how do you see the roles of different members of society in terms of building that shared vision or helping facilitate it? And specifically looking at your work, what is the role of communicators in helping enabling that vision building?
I think there's a crucial role. You know, you mentioned Rachel Carson, you know, way back in 1962, I think Rachel Carson said something like, I don't have the right quote, but she talked about the importance of telling the story so that people would understand the threat. And that is what it's all about, that ability to communicate. And you've got to communicate in different ways to different audiences.
Right.
You can't just lay out a set of facts and expect everybody's going to respond. And to just put it in, you know, kind of cultural terms, you're going to tell a story, say it's about climate, you're going to tell it on TikTok for some audiences, and you're going to tell it in a 10,000 word, you know, text heavy magazine story for other audiences. You've got to meet your audiences where they are, give them the information when they want to get it on the platforms they want to get it on. You've got to have a diverse group of storytellers making that information relatable, and you've got to be willing to push some boundaries. And, you know, if you're going to tell a story about climate change, it's not going to be, for most audiences, an academic paper. It's going to be told through a landscape or it's going to be told through a framework, rather, of how a landscape is changing, how animals are affected,
right,
and most powerfully, how people are affected. And that gets back to what you are saying, that every human life matters, and we've got to really show it through the stories.
Right. And we know through communication science and behavior science that trust is so important here. People listen to others who they trust or they deem to be trustworthy. So as we begin to connect and communicate, how do we build trust? How do we build those trusted relationships? I may actually come back to you, Nina, on that.
I think it is the connection to the community,
right?
How we really know our community and understand it. And I almost want to ask you a question, because we have so many examples actually of people being in solidarity, modeling actually a kind of compassionate and solidaric behavior within their communities, but we don't hear much about it. So, for example, if I think of the coverage, I mean, I could say broadly Africa, right? There we mostly have stories of death and violence and disease and whatever, while there is so much to say about how communities actually support each other. But we also have it in the United States. So how do we get to this kind of positive news that is still critical, so that people don't get bored with just having a feeling that they're being preached to or something?
I mean, in broad strokes, I think journalism really has two large goals. One is to shine a light in dark and bad places to expose the wrong so it can be fixed. And the other, though, is to shine a light in the bright places, on the good things, on the people taking positive action so those behaviors can be emulated. And that is really the goal of journalism. One of the reasons I came to Arizona State University and left 42 years working in newsrooms is to try to do more of the latter and to try to work with the next generation of storytellers to actually inculcate those values.
And of course, if we're looking at communication, building trust and building conduits across which information flows, we've got to have something to communicate. We can't just build this in the absence of stuff. And this to me comes back to what we're doing here at Arizona State University, in the Academy, in the Global Futures Lab. So Peter, what's the importance of actually generating new knowledge and new insights? And then how do we actually feed that into the whole mechanism of translating it to others and making it actionable within society?
Before getting to that, let me just comment quickly on storytelling and this whole question of how do we understand different value systems, different cultures. I think storytelling is a very important element of that. But I think it only goes to a certain point. I think we have to actually, and I think Nina alluded to that, we have to also experience the other value systems in their place. So connectivity actually is important. Now, you cannot have everybody travel around the world all the time because these are dynamic systems that evolve. But what I think might be, and we are experimenting with it, so I am not quite sure where this goes, and you probably can guess where I'm heading here, Dreamscape. So my first experience with Dreamscape led me to believe that this is an amazing tool to bring people to places that they physically cannot go. And personally, from my experience of traveling to many places in the world, if you are in a place, it's much easier to understand why value systems are different.
And you should give a 30-second explanation of what Dreamscape is for people that haven't experienced it.
So it's Dreamscape Learn, actually, that we have, is a virtual reality supported way of teaching and learning. So we have actually in at least one of the buildings here, we have so-called pods. You go into them, you are heavily instrumented, and you are then going into different worlds. There's the alien zoo, there's deep blue, so you're in outer space, you're in the deep ocean. You are actually, they can transport you, time travel you from now to, you could be next to a pyramid, you could go to the Colosseum in Rome, you could travel through time and thereby really, your brain it's amazing how your brain can trick you. I was very suspicious of VR, I have to say, until I went into one of these, and it is a very, very effective, immersive experience.
Well, if I might, you know,
Yes.
we were talking about technology having some of the solutions. Well, this is a great example. You know, there are going to be very few people who go to the Arctic and see the changes there, or go to Antarctica, even fewer people going to see the changes there. But through these methods, we can take people there, and it is wildly effective as a means of touching people's hearts, not just their heads.
I was actually going to ask about that because yes, I've been through Dreamscape. I've seen how amazing it is to be immersed in these environments. But to what extent is that a short-term response rather than changing how people think about their connection and relationships to others in the environment? Do we need to think beyond just the visceral experience here?
Oh, look, I'm sure it is a short-term response, but at least you have opened the door
Right.
for a larger conversation.
Right. Nina.
Yeah, I also was greatly moved by this experience of a dreamscape, Indiana Jones kind of experience.
So actually, it's very clear that the hope for the future lies in Dreamscape and virtual reality, because everybody on the panel seems to be a convert here. It works.
But I also afterwards, I mean, for one, I think I did it for 2 hours. I was incredibly exhausted.
Right.
So there's something it does to the nervous system. It is also incredibly addictive. That space on top of the mountain with the birds flying around and all of that, I just wanted to go back there. It has almost something like a drug. So I could see that there is also a downside to it. And if it can be used to create compassion in people and work in teamwork, fine, but it can also isolate people more from one another.
Right.
And I think we should have a Zoom moratorium on this campus, because people are really not connecting in ways that creates compassion. I think I've been recently in a number of in-person events where the conversations were such that suddenly there were fireworks between people and ideas came into being, and the human connection, right? It was so essential that that's what we are losing if we delve to, administer or delegate too much to the technological experiences.
So I want to pursue this a little bit more, but before that, if anybody has any questions, do raise your hand and a microphone will come to you. We'll have a couple of minutes for audience questions. But as you're thinking about that, just exploring this idea of compassion and human connection, which seem to be so important in terms of not only building relationships and trust and a shared vision, where does empathy come into all of this? I'm going to start with you and then open it up to the others.
Distinction between empathy and compassion?
Yes, in 30 minutes rather than a whole academic lecture.
So I'll just give you an example, what I have in my pocket here. is
We didn't prepare for this, by the way. This is totally random.
So there was one day where one of my colleagues was not very nice to me, and another colleague observed that. And then she came to my office and brought me this. This is a selenite peach heart-shaped stone that I'm keeping in my pocket, sort of for good energy, but also as a sort of symbol of this compassion that I experienced. And so I'm sorry, my mind is not really able to distinguish between compassion and empathy right now. I think they're very close to each other. But maybe compassion, I don't know. I'm not going to experiment here.
But from what you're saying, sort of whether you're talking about compassion or empathy, they're both important in terms of building bridges.
They're absolutely important to get people. That's why I mentioned it in the context of thinking about action, right? I think hope can still remain passive.
Right.
You can have a hopeful vision and not do anything because you delegate the responsibility to somebody else.
Yes.
When you have a vision that's grounded in, for one, knowledge, but also compassion, then I think that can bring you to action.
So let me flip that back to you, Peter. So again, we're sitting here in an academic institution. We're used to creating knowledge, thinking big thoughts. To what extent should we also be embracing this idea of compassion and empathy with the focus on creating action within society? So we're not just presenting people with information, but we're looking at how that information, that knowledge has an impact within society.
It's absolutely critical. And the reason that among our 5 directions that we are weaving together here, we call them spaces, discovery, learning, solutions, networks, that the most important to me probably is the engagement space.
Right.
Because we cannot be separated from society if we want to fulfill our mandate, our mission. We have to engage. And as part of that engagement, we have to actually figure out where compassion, empathy, in essence, fundamental humanistic values are coming into game, because they seem to be the commonality between a lot of the value systems, but they are not always practiced or exercised. So to me, it's absolutely critical. And that's why we have that engagement space.
Yeah.
You know, I would add, there's an expression, I think it goes, it's hard to hate up close.
Right.
And there is a lot of truth to that, right? Even people you fundamentally disagree with, who, when you engage with them, when you get to know them, you might still disagree about all of those things, but it's pretty hard to demonize people. It's pretty hard to, turn them into caricatures, most people. And it does lead to that compassion and empathy and perhaps common ground where you can find some agreement going forward to take some action. And that is where you find hope.
So then how do you do that with people who you fundamentally feel you disagree with? What does it take?
I mean, I actually think it takes a lot. We've lost this in 2 years. In the 2 years where we were all so isolated from each other, I think we really saw a growth in this ability to caricature people and to really have them become the other, right? They become the other, and then there's us. And so I do think coming back into the world, it does make me very hopeful that we will start to get on a better path. I know we're kind of in a hole right now, but we've got to get on a better path. And part of that is coming out and dealing with people we don't necessarily like or agree with or even respect, but just having those human interactions, the good start.
So do we actually have any?
Add something to that?
Yes, please. Then we have a question here.
Engaging with people who are on the other side or enemies or whatever. I think it's really important to understand where they're coming from, what their experiences are, and to try to find common ground somewhere. But then the other thing is to also keep your enemies close to you, right? So, I mean, that is, I think every administrator knows that that's a really important strategy. And I think that is true for society at large too, and for political action.
Plus, I would go back to what Susan was saying. Maybe if you keep your enemies closer, you will somehow change them and influence them. That's where you have that ability to have those influential changes to how people think and act. We have a question here.
Hi, I'm a mental health therapist, and empathy is I can feel how you feel, and compassion is now that I know how this behavior makes you feel, I want to do something to alleviate your pain or suffering. So it's the highest level of emotional intelligence, basically, is that you take action based on that knowledge. But I have a question because I volunteer with a lot of nonprofits, and I'm very curious about how we can break down the silos and get all the people from the different schools that are studying a particular societal or environmental problem to get together, but also business leaders, community leaders, nonprofit leaders, all to come and surround themselves around a specific social or environmental problem, and then create a unified vision of what they want that to look like in that area. How can we break down the silos in general? And then what can specifically ASU do to break down those silos?
And I want to actually bring that to Peter. So again, sitting here in the Global Futures Lab, is there a role for GFL as being a convener of these different communities and these different ideas?
It is designed to do not just some of that, but it is one of the core goals that we have to do that. And again, it brings me back to this engagement space that we are still experimenting with, because there is no blueprint. We have to learn how to do that, but we know certain things about it. I mean, we are moving in communities. You have to go to communities. You cannot just wait till they come to academia and ask for, the whatever blessing or getting, some of the insights out of the ivory tower. That we know that this doesn't work. So we are working on that, on the convening. We have decision theater. That sounds actually, I always, when I say decision theater, it sounds a little bit, odd. We are working around how can we actually provide decision support and decision support tools for people who have a problem, but not just handing it to them, but working with them jointly. So this is a place intellectually, but also physically, that is designed to bring us together within academia so that we have the right knowledge, the right dimensions for a holistic contemplation of the issues, but more importantly, to work with the outside of academia to understand what the real problems are. How do they actually look to people who are facing them on the outside, and then come up with strategies together that would lead to the kind of knowledge that we create that would have an immediate impact. So that's how I look at that. It's a place that has to be open, cannot be closed, within and outside the academic confines.
So we're almost out of time. We have one more question for Manfred, which I hope is going to be a short question. But before you ask it, I have one final question as well for you all that I'm going to ask after Manfred, but I want to ask it now so you have time to think. I want you all to finish with one thing that you think that we in this room can all be doing to foster hope as we move forward. So think about that as Manfred talks.
And just a brief reflection. So we talked about narratives, instilling hope. So why is it that the only convincing narrative that is sort of hopeful and future looking is leaving this planet? And all the narratives about the planet are basically how can we avoid disaster?
Are you looking for an answer?
Well, I personally don't think that we only have negative narratives and about leaving the planet. I'm right now, I'm working in my research with a group of acrobats in Kenya who are folks who come from poor backgrounds, and the only thing they have really is to work with their bodies. And they train every day for I don't know how many hours, hoping that there will be a performance, or I mean, they are performing and some of them have toured internationally, but they are hoping that there is more of that to come and that they will be successful. So I think there are narratives of hope everywhere around us, even under the most dire circumstances. And so I think that is sort of our job here in academia, also to bring these narratives into the larger public so that they can be seen as role models.
That's a great answer. So let's wrap up with that question. I'm going to keep with you, Nina. The one thing that you would say to the audience here and online that they can do to foster hope?
Well, I think modeling, being a role model is the most important thing. And that includes, the way you eat, the way you keep your house, what you teach, how you communicate with people, invite people over for dinners, be more social. I think
I love it's the
those-
small things that matter here. This is so important.
yes.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I'll end it with that.
Susan.
I think it's giving back to whatever or whomever, but to somebody or some group that has less, and lending a hand, pulling people up, you know, just doing your part is, I think, fosters hope, not just in them, but in the giver as well.
Great. Thank you. Peter.
Engage with others. Through conversations with them, get an understanding where they are coming from, why they might have different opinions, different values. I think that goes a long way in moving towards what might a common vision look like.
Great. So Peter, Susan, Nina, thank you so much for this. Thank you very much for listening. This has been inspiring. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And before you go, on my missing piece of paper, I had a really important announcement about the next session, but because I haven't got it, I can't remember the full name. Can somebody with a microphone, or even Stephen, tell everybody why they should stick here for your session next? There's a microphone just coming.
So the next session is called Hope, Alarm, and Climate Change. This will be the inaugural Climate Narratives Prize. We have fantastic winners that have come from across the country that will be sharing their work, and fantastic nominators and others to be able to celebrate the work, including some very known people like Bill McKibben and Katherine Hayhoe and Amitav Ghosh and other surprises and prizes.
Stick around. Thank you.
I want to show you what. Okay. Make sure.
And you got
This is Bill McKibben. This is Bill McKibben. What a great prize. Next. Hello, everybody. This is Bill McKibben. What a great pleasure to get
I'm honored to be able to celebrate the
Good morning, and welcome to Hope, Alarm, and Climate Change, the first biennial Climate Narratives Prize at ASU. I'm Tracy Fessenden, Director of Strategic Initiatives at ASU Center for the Study of Religion and Conflict. And today's event had its beginnings at the center in efforts among students and faculty across the university to rethink the apocalyptic framing of climate change stories. We wanted to explore the potential of other narrative forms that might help us better communicate crisis and better imagine constructive responses. And we were joined along the way by the American Council of Learned Societies, the Henry Luce Foundation, and the Julie Ann Wrigley Global Futures Laboratory and the Narrative Storytelling Initiative at ASU in creating and sponsoring the prizes we will be awarding today. Our funders, the hosting units, and the university as a whole recognize the power and necessity of compelling writing that can resonate with diverse audiences. This kind of work is critical if we seek to meet the enormous challenges we confront and to engage meaningfully with the communities that surround us. So I want to thank you all for coming and to introduce now my colleague, Stephen Beschloss, founding director of the Narrative Storytelling Initiative, to tell us more about the Climate Narratives Prize and how it came to be.
Thank you, Tracy. And thank you all for being here. I wanted to thank many of the people you're about to meet, including some of the nominators, Vann Newkirk, Frank Sesno, Katherine Hayhoe, Lacy Johnson, and Bill McKibben, and the winners, including Mian Christ, David Montgomery, Emily Roboteau, and Amitav Ghosh. So too the students, many of whom are here to assist us today, including Jessica Baudet, LD Matson, Grace Tobin, Aaron Peters, and Cecilia Sabala. I also want to thank my colleagues, particularly Sarah Viren, who first proposed the idea of this prize and who I was lucky enough to co-teach with, and Carolyn Forbes in the Center for the Study of Religion and Conflict, and Peter Schlosser, who leads the Global Futures Laboratory and who has been, since I first met him, a strong advocate for the important role that narratives can and must play. So, permit me to do a bit of table setting for today. Were there not a climate crisis? Were there not urgency to respond? Were there not a question about the existential fate of the human species in the decades ahead? We would not be gathered here today, but here we are, challenged to contemplate the health of our shared planet and what it will take to respond to the consequences of rising CO2 levels, the decisions put in place centuries ago to seek dominion over nature, and the fact of rising temperatures, rising sea levels, increasingly frequent and increasingly extreme weather events, and growing conflict and fear among people and nations. In my view, this is the issue of our time, a time that's been called the decisive decade that will determine the trajectory of life for everyone in this room and everyone around the world. As a storyteller and a hopeful person by nature, I believe in the power of narratives and the potential of storytelling in multiple modes to capture the attention of our fellow humans, to tell stories that resonate, that create empathy, that can build global consciousness about a challenge that is global in nature, and not just in the moment of the reading or the watching or the listening, but over time to influence thinking and to change behavior, and ultimately to create impact that gives us the chance for better futures. You will hear from Sarah in a moment about the class that we co-taught and what that made possible. But notice the title of this event, Hope, Alarm, and Climate Change. This spectrum from hope and optimism to alarm and fear or even despair has provided for my own writing and thinking, as well as for our class, a useful reminder when asking this question: what are the kinds of narratives that will connect with people and drive change? And I'm excited to say that when it came to choosing winners from the collection of nominated essays and about a dozen nominators, the choices illuminate this full spectrum, reminding us the variety of ways that we have to connect, to communicate, to create change. I hope that the brilliant work we're here to spotlight and celebrate today may help you all consider what it takes to capture people's attention, even shake them up and convince them there's something they can do, that allowing fear or being resigned or overwhelmed or just doubtful and distracted is not an acceptable option, that we all have the power to share our observations and our ideas, our answers and our hopes, indeed our solutions to create possible and positive futures. So with that, I turn it over to Sarah to share more about the class from which this prize sprung and the prize itself.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you all for being here. I'm really excited about today. It's the culmination of a lot of work and a lot of incredible conversations. So the model for the climate narratives course and prize was a class I took in grad school called the Essay Prize. It had been conceived of by the essayist and my professor, John Nagata, as a way of drawing more attention and public discussion to the essay as form. So when Stephen and I started talking in 2021 about ideas for teaching a class on climate narratives that would reach beyond the classroom walls and engage in a broader public discussion of the role of narratives in shaping attitudes about climate change, I thought immediately of that class and how formative it had been for me as a student in the essay, but also how influential it has been outside of the academic context. Just as that class asked students to consider what an essay is, we ask our students to think through what it means to narrate climate and how one might do so in ways that affect change. We looked at key texts of social change literature, like The Jungle by Upton Sinclair and Rigoberta Menchú's Testimonio, and Audre Lorde on silence, language, and action. And we read seminal climate narratives ranging from stories of and around Noah's Ark to Rachel Carson's Silent Spring. We also considered the long history of apocalypticism in the United States and asked ourselves what narrative approaches to the climate crisis lie outside of that explosive narrative arc. After that, we began reading and debating and analyzing the 13 nominated climate narratives from our distinguished nominators, many of whom you'll hear from later today. Each student presented on 2 of those narratives, and following their presentations, we launched into a fertile and at times slightly heated discussion of the work itself, the voice, the structure, the language use, but also its ability to inspire hope or alarm or some combination of the two, its ability to instruct or inform a larger audience, its urgency or its lucidity when it comes to our collective future. Those discussions were among my favorite as a teacher in my teaching career. Our students cared deeply about the work we were reading, but even more so, they cared about the stakes of this larger story so many of us are trying to tell. On the last day of class, we all shared a meal outdoors without masks and took a final vote, which brings us to today and these 3 awardees whose work not only bowled over Stephen and I, but more importantly, it impressed and changed our students, some of whom you will also hear from today. So thank you all for coming to this celebratory event. And thank you to Mihan Christ and David Montgomery and Emily Rabateau for the grace and mental clarity of your work. I don't know who's going next.
So I want to just add one note here, which is that we don't have big trophies. We don't have glass plaques. What we do have is artwork that came from Maine Kratz, who's a local Arizona artist and a deeply talented one. And we didn't want to actually make the decision of which art piece should be first or second or third. So each of our recipients in the order to which they'll be receiving these prizes have the opportunity as we go to pick from among this group of beautiful pieces. So I just want to introduce that as part of our unfolding story here today.
This is Bill McKibben. What a great pleasure to get to be thinking about Climate Narratives Prize and the wonderful, wonderful writers who have won this award this year. Thanks to the people who made it possible, the Julie Ann Wrigley Global Futures Laboratory, Center for the Study of Religion and Conflict, and the Narrative Storytelling Initiative. I think sometimes when we think about climate change, we think, well, all the answers are technological. And of course, some of them, many of them are. We're very lucky that great scientists and engineers have done remarkable work to drop the cost of solar power and wind power over the last decade. For people who are great solar engineers, that is important, rewarding work that you need to keep at. But that's not the only work we need. The changes that have to come to make those technologies spread as fast as we need them to are as much in the fields of sociology and psychology and theology and on as they are in science and technology. And in those places, narratives, well, I guess a way of saying it is I've always thought that a powerful new metaphor around our peril is as useful and important as a powerful new engine. In fact, they serve as engines, metaphors, and narratives because they help us strip away the crust of conventional thinking and wisdom that keeps us pinned down in the status quo and lets us see what the possibilities are and where we could go and how we could get there. This is the kind of work that, of course, I've been at for a very long time. And I just am so grateful that there are so many people abler than I now at work on it, including this year's prize winners. Many congratulations to them, and many congratulations to the people who did this work to make this happen. You're working in a laboratory of a different kind, but one that's tremendously, tremendously important. Thank you.
So next we're going to introduce Vann Newkirk, who's a staff writer for The Atlantic, who was one of our nominators. Vann should be joining us from the live stream.
I'm here. And
we can hear you, all, see you quite yet.
I'm on. Can you see me?
We can see you now.
Okay, good. Well, I just wanted to say, first of all, when Sarah and Steve first contacted me about this award, I was very excited because I think the mandate was to look back at 5 years of work, at the last 5 years of climate journalism. And I think about where climate journalism and this work was 5 years ago, and the fact that we have awards now is a very significant development in that half decade. I think there's so many ways now to acknowledge the good work that people have done in thinking about climate change and thinking about this moment in history, and in really rewarding groundbreaking, innovative new ways to look this problem in the eye. I think that's a good sign that we are on a path to doing some things that challenge the way that we view this world in a necessary way. The idea of thinking through 5 years of stories that I read about climate change, that had changed my thinking about climate change, it was almost overwhelming. There have been some really good, big features over the years about, say, the science. I've learned a lot about the actual science of things like potentially carbon capture, of just the basic science of how carbon works in the atmosphere and how it's affecting different domains of human life. There's always been a slate of really good stories every time an IPCC report comes out. There's been some, I think Sarah talked about the role of kind of apocalyptic stories. There have been some really grim, gripping pieces about potential futures where we don't keep it under 2 degrees Celsius. And there's also been, on the other side of that, there's been cases for hope and real stories about how humans have used their agency to affect their own material conditions. So I think it was a very difficult task because so much about our thinking and the way we do journalism about climate change has changed over those 5 years. Now, I think there's much more focus on how this crisis interacts with and stems from existing societal economic issues. And Bill just kind of talked about that. people now that are thinking about justice. You see people bandying around these terms like climate justice that would have been unthinkable in mainstream journalism 5 years ago. You see an emerging focus on climate and labor. You see a focus on climate and race. And now people are asking questions about whether our existing political and economic systems are really even equipped to meet this challenge. I think 5 years ago, so much of our focus was still on convincing people that climate change is a problem, or even convincing them to care. I think some of our big stories about how the world might change in an unmitigated runaway carbon scenario came about at the beginning of this curve because people, even when they did care, even when they didn't think that climate change was real, they didn't really care. Now I talk to 8th graders and I talk to even younger children, and I see that they see it as a given that their life's task will involve wrestling with climate change. So with all that, I decided to try and think about the stories that have both focused on human agency and have contributed to or that have predicted these broad shifts in our public imagination regarding climate change. I thought about pieces like Emily's Climate Science, which exhorts us starkly to think about the climate crisis as a contemporary present problem. I thought about Neon's story, the Is It Okay to Have a Child, and how it grappled with the ultimate questions of agency, and also took on the existing neo-Malthusian bent in our current mainstream climate thinking. I was looking for stories that manage the difficult trick of being both present and visionary, those that challenge me to stretch my own understanding. I think, frankly, the problem in front of us in dealing with the crisis is as much a problem of imagination as anything else. And so I was looking for stories that challenged our imagination and moved us to all stretch ourselves. And I think those stories will be what guide us forward in this journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Vann. And now there's going to be a reading from one of our first winning pieces. Aaron Peters is going to come and do a reading from the piece, Is It Okay to Have a Child? Aaron is a graduate student, graduating graduate student in creative writing, and also a communications coordinator for the Narrative Storytelling Initiative.
Thank you, Stephen. I'm excited to read to you today from me and Chris, Is It Okay to Have a Child? One evening last year, the Democratic member of Congress, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, was chopping vegetables in her kitchen while speaking to her millions of Instagram followers via live stream. Our planet is going to hit a disaster if we don't turn this ship around, she said, looking up from a chopping board littered with squash peel. There's a scientific consensus that the lives of children are going to be very difficult. Her hands fluttered to the hem of her sweater, then to the waistband of her trousers, which she absent-mindedly adjusted. And it does lead, I think, young people to have a legitimate question. You know, she took a moment to get the wording right. Is it okay to still have a child? Her comment spawned a flurry of pieces on why you should or should not procreate. But the thorny question of whether it is okay to have children, a question about what we owe one another and what we owe the unborn, remains. As Ocasio-Cortez put it, there's just this basic moral question, like, what do we do? It seems increasingly clear that we are living in a time of radical destabilization of life on Earth, which complicates the act of bearing children in ways that society has yet to grapple with. We lack the language to talk to one another about the fact that a child born today will live on a planet hotter than it has ever been since human civilization developed. The mind balks, language fails. How do we talk about having children when we keep hearing that even if global emissions drop to 0 tomorrow, some amount of global heating is already locked in for at least a decade as a result of the amount of carbon we have already released into the atmosphere? Or when it's possible that we have already passed tipping points with effects that researchers don't yet understand. The polar ice caps are melting. Is it okay to have a child? Australia is on fire. Is it okay to have a child? My house is flooded. My crops have failed. My community is fleeing. Is it okay to have a child? It is, in a sense, an impossible question. With her careful rhetorical shift from the immediate, should I, to the more theoretical, is it okay to still have children, Ocasio-Cortez conjured the paradox of scale that haunts any consideration of the ethics of childbearing in a time of planet-wide catastrophe. Having a child is at once the most intimate, irrational thing a person can do, prompted by desires so deep we hardly know where to look for their wellsprings, and an unavoidably political act that increasingly requires one to confront not only the complex biopolitics of pregnancy and birth, but also the intersecting legacies of colonialism, racism, and patriarchy, all while trying to wrap one's head around the relationship between the impossible extremes of the personal and the global. A recent article in Outside Magazine called "I Got a Vasectomy Because of Climate Change" begins, "I've always struggled to combine the idea of personal responsibility with the overwhelming need for human society to address the threat posed by climate change." Want to fight climate change? A Guardian headline from 2017 reads, "Have fewer children." The piece discusses a widely cited paper by Seth Wines and Kimberly Nicholas, published in Environmental Research Letters, in which the researchers considered a broad range of individual lifestyle choices and came up with recommendations for 4 high-impact actions which had the potential to contribute to systematic change and substantially reduce annual personal emissions. These were, in ascending order of impact, eating a plant-based diet, taking 1 fewer transatlantic round trip by plane per year, living without a car, and having 1 fewer child. I find this framing troubling. Most obviously, it shifts responsibility for global emissions from systematic actors like fossil fuel companies and governments onto individuals. By doing so, it gives corporations a pass while placing moral responsibility on people who live within systems where they are not free to make carbon neutral choices. It accepts as inevitable the neoliberal order that has driven the climate crisis and insists that our responses to this crisis take place within the same system. Thank you.
Check. Hi, I'm Jessica Bodette. I'm a second-year doctoral student in anthropology, religion, and ecology. And Sarah asked me to just briefly mention that because of this course, I was just hired as a researcher and storyteller for the Center for Biodiversity Outcomes at ASU. So, very exciting. I'm going to be reading Emily Rabateau's excerpts from This Is How We Live Now. Oh. Okay.
One slight variation on the plan.
I did not know what I was reading. Okay, we'll start over. So I am so honored to introduce truly Viren, who is a writer in residence in biological sciences at Columbia University. Her work has appeared in publications such as the New York Times, the London Review of Books, the Atlantic, the Nation, Scientific American, and Science, and was selected for Best American Science and Nature Writing 2021. She has received numerous awards, including the Rona Jaffe Foundation Writers Award, the AOA Award for Excellence in Health Journalism, And she's currently working on a nonfiction book for Random House based on her Climate Prize essay, Is It Okay to Have a Child? While our group was determining the winner for today's prize, one of our voters described me and Chris' essay this way. Me and Chris' essay is both helpful and hopeful, balancing the hard truth of science with a soulful quest to find meaning in uncertainty. She draws us into the richness of her depth and then gives it to us straight, tossing us somewhere between hopeful altruism and what we feel with the angst of an impending root canal. It is a ride we want to take with her all the way to the end, where she reminds us that in uncertainty lies the possibility of hope. Let us all give a very warm welcome to our Climate Narratives Prize recipient, Mian Christ.
Thank you so much. I can think of no greater honor than having one's work so carefully considered. So I'm really, really grateful to all of the readers and students who have spent so much time thinking about this piece. It's humbling and I'm very grateful. Thank you also to the Julie N. Wrigley Global Futures Laboratory, the Center for Religion and Conflict, and the Narrative Storytelling Initiative. Thank you also to Stephen Beschloss, Sarah Viren, and the students in Climate Narratives, Apocalypse, and Social Change. And thank you to the nominators. I don't know who nominated my piece, but I am grateful. And congratulations to my fellow winners, David Montgomery and Emily Rabateau, as well as the writers who were honored with special mentions, David Wallace-Wells and Amitav Ghosh. I had a very run-of-the-mill cold recently, and I'm left with a voice that's a little raspy, so bear with me as I try to get through this. We've been asked to discuss our essays and our thoughts on climate change and climate writing. I'm always eager to avoid rereading my own writing, so I've been reading the other winning pieces, hoping to glean some clues about what to say here today. I've been thinking of these three pieces as a collection, and how they help reveal two of the impulses that can drive climate writing: the impulse to bear witness, to document the present, and to figure out how to orient ourselves individually and collectively toward the future. Quote, what's the right balance of hope and despair, end quote, asks one woman in Emily's brilliant essay. Perhaps it is appropriate that these three pieces of climate writing also seem to have emerged as a result of unforeseen events, of both serendipitous and sometimes tragic accident. David writes, quote, my personal losses have made me examine what hope I have for every other living thing, end quote. I can trace the origin of my piece to a moment when I was 7 months pregnant in the midst of an historic heat wave. I remember the Arctic Circle was on fire, and I had just given a talk on climate grief. I happened to meet a woman, a documentary filmmaker, but younger than me, who was clearly curious about having a child and also anxious about climate, who asked me, what does it feel like to be pregnant, knowing what you know? And I was surprised to discover that I had no good answer. Somewhere along the line, I had carefully compartmentalized my writing work away from the more intimate spheres of my life. Everywhere I looked, economic, political, and social systems, which had been erected to function in an era already past, had been revealed as wholly incapable of sustaining anything but systematic plunder. But like so many people who work on climate issues, I found myself setting aside what I knew to be true about the direction the planet was heading to make it through another day in the present tense. But as a pregnant person, I have to say, I found my days surprisingly joyful. This is not something that I often say because I'm aware of how difficult pregnancy can be for many people, but I had the lucky experience of a relatively easy pregnancy. I didn't get terribly sick. I was often uncomfortable, but rarely in pain. I had a supportive partner, I had an income, and I was awash in a soup of hormones that made me blissfully, buoyantly happy. This is not my usual state, and not at all what I expected of being pregnant, which I had imagined rather as a grueling test of physical endurance.
So I was riding this wave of happiness hormones while writing about climate grief. I was in a state of elation while also feeling rage and a profound sense of loss. It was an embodied sort of cognitive dissonance that I had thus far mostly ignored, and which the young woman's question suddenly brought to the fore. I wanted to articulate an answer. The second serendipitous thing that shaped the piece was when I was contacted on Twitter by a group called BP or Not BP. They pointed out to my horror that I would be giving the lecture in the British Museum's BP Lecture Theatre, an auditorium funded by the multinational oil giant. I briefly panicked and thought I would have to back out of the event. I thought about trying to move it. I thought about trying various other creative things. But I finally realized backing out would mean refusing to let BP use me or my work to burnish their image. But it also meant not talking to people about climate change, which didn't feel like a win. I struggled to find the right thing to do, and in the end, I decided I would address the conflict head on within the lecture, talk about why a fossil fuel corporation would be sponsoring the arts, and take the opportunity to publicly ask the museum to sever its sponsorship ties with BP. The experience reminded me of the need to let go of moral absolutism, that there's rarely one right thing to do. It became for me a metaphor for all sorts of choices we have to make, imbricated within systems that are not of our designing and which constrain our options, of how we struggle towards the best actions we can take, given the circumstances in which we find ourselves. The third thing that happened was that just days before I was set to deliver the lecture, I attended an event where I happened to meet the Harvard researcher Jeffrey Supran, who studies fossil fuel disinformation. And in passing, he mentioned that BP had originally created the carbon footprint. My jaw may have actually dropped to the floor. Here was the connective tissue linking the question of having children in a time of climate crisis, the carbon footprint, and the BP lecture hall. Alone in my hotel room the night before I delivered the lecture, that was the originating document that the piece is based on, I stayed up late revising and emailing Jeffrey for sources, which he generously provided. Thinking about how this piece took shape and about all the pieces honored here today made me think about how, even as climate writing documents the brutal and accelerating chaos of the present moment, it is also imagining a world beyond the present tense, beyond the current political structures, technologies, and social fictions that shape the worlds we inhabit. In this way, climate writing is often reaching for a future we want, and just as often trying to articulate the futures we are willing to stand against. Thank you.
We had talked about the idea that she would have to pick right away which one of these beautiful pieces would be for her. But I want to say to you that we're going to do it now at the end. Okay. So you have a little bit more time to reflect.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And next, we're going to hear from Katherine Hayhoe, environmental scientist.
I'm honored to be able to celebrate the winners for the inaugural Climate Narratives Prize today. They've tackled such challenging but essential topics as, is it okay to have a child? Where do we find hope? And what happens when we talk about climate change? These topics are near and dear to my own heart. In fact, they're exactly why I wrote my own book, Saving Us. Over the years, I've seen the same two questions come up again and again. What gives us hope, which is directly tied to why would you have a child? And how do we have a positive, constructive conversation about this? When it comes to talking, the Yale Program on Climate Communications data is very clear. We aren't doing it. We are not talking about this issue. And if we don't talk about it, why would we care? And if we don't care, why would we do anything about it? So why are we not talking about it? Well, one common myth is that we have to have conversations with the dismissives. And I disagree. Dismissives are only a small fraction of the entire population. As I define a dismissive, If an angel from God with brand new tablets of stone that say global warming is real, get moving, appeared to them, they still wouldn't do it. So why do we think we can? Our conversations are meant to activate the 70% of us, 83% of mothers, 86% of young people who are already worried about climate change, but we don't know what to do. Only 8% of us are activated. That gap between those who are worried and those who are activated is the biggest gap we have. And that's the gap we can bridge with our conversations today. People might say, well, I'm not a scientist, so I'm not the best person to have this conversation. Well, it turns out that scientists are trusted messengers, but they're only the second most trusted messengers. The number one most trusted messenger, it's you, people we know. And it's not talking about scientific facts like ice sheets, sea level rise, and polar bears. We need to talk about why climate change matters and what we can do to fix it. As George Marshall, who wrote another great book called Don't Even Think About It, How Our Brains Are Wired to Ignore Climate Change, says, he says, talk is the fertile field in which cultural change begins. In its absence, it's impossible for a group of people to solve a problem. Having conversations about climate change plays a huge role in creating social change. And in fact, these conversations are what underlie our climate action today. Where people choose to invest their money, what party they vote for, what energy source they use at home or at work, what we eat, how we travel, all of these actions begin with conversations. But the goal of these conversations is not to tell people about climate change. Rather, it is to expand the number of people in the conversation. And to do that, we have to talk about two things. We have to talk about, first of all, why it matters, connecting our head to our heart, and then we need to connect our heart to our hands, what we can do about it. And climate narratives are a key way to do that. Climate narratives are important for engaging people. And that's why having a climate prize focused on climate narratives is so important and so valuable. So I want to congratulate all who were nominated for and received this award. Thank you to the Julianne Wrigley Global Futures Laboratory, to the Center for Religion and Conflict, and to the Narrative Storytelling Institute, all at Arizona State University. Every single one of us already has the reasons we need to care about climate change. We just have to figure out what those are. We have to connect our head to our heart, to our hands, and narratives are the way that help us do that.
So next, Cecilia Zavala will be, she's an MFA candidate in poetry, and she'll be reading an excerpt from David Montgomery's The Search for Environmental Hope.
Is this still on? Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Good morning. I'm happy to be here. As mentioned, my name is Cecilia Zavala. I am a first-year poetry student in the MFA program here at ASU, and I'm very happy to read an excerpt from The Search for Environmental Hope. I have trouble getting through climate stories anymore. Each one reads like a case of senseless, bloody murder. I can't encounter any novel weather patterns or curious wildlife antics without thinking the shift toward doom has begun. I have a recurring vision of one giant storm consuming the entire Atlantic Ocean and whipping up a single monstrous wave like the one on the watery planet Anne Hathaway and Matthew McConaughey narrowly escape in the film Interstellar. I didn't realize how emotional the subject had become for me until 2 years ago, when I was covering a demonstration by young activists advocating for the Green New Deal. They planned a sit-in at Senator Mitch McConnell's office. As a warm-up activity, everyone was invited to tell the person next to them the name of someone they were holding in their hearts that day. I decided to participate in that exercise while identifying myself as a reporter because I thought it might help my article to hear what the young man next to me had to say. In return, I started telling him something I had never discussed with strangers. A year earlier, a mudslide in California swept away my brother's house. Extreme rain had dislodged earth and boulders in an area where the vegetation had been burned the previous month in what was then the state's largest wildfire. A paper in Nature later identified a climate connection to the twin disasters. 23 people were killed in the mudslide, including my brother Mark and one of his daughters, Caroline. I found myself getting choked up as I formed the thought for the first time to the young demonstrator that maybe my brother and my niece were killed by climate change. My personal losses have made me examine what I hope I have for every living thing. After all, isn't hope essential? It gives us a sense of agency against fast forces and suggests the possibility that our actions matter. Its opposite, despair, is paralyzing. And so I recently sought out people who have written or spoken thoughtfully about the environment and who come at hope from different angles. I asked climate scientists if hope is even rational anymore. I asked nature philosophers about long-term prospects for healing our relationship with the wild. I asked activists about confronting the crisis in real time. They all described the very different places where they find hope and its role in the struggle to address climate change. They also pointed to hope's limits. As Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg declared at the World Economic Forum in 2019, I don't want you to be hopeful. I want you to panic. I want you to feel the fear I feel every day, and then I want you to act. I want you to act as you would in a crisis. I want you to act as if the house was on fire, because it is. In some circumstances, is hope just another opiate, as paralyzing as despair? When does hope degrade into magical thinking? And when is it precisely the renewable energy that will save us?
Hello, my name is Grace Tobin, and I'm an undergraduate studying creative writing in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. I am very honored to be here introducing David Montgomery. He's a reporter for the Washington Post magazine. He writes general features, profiles, art stories, and pieces on the Latino community. In 2018, he received an award from the Society for Features Journalism, Excellence in Features. Concerning David's essay, The Search for Environmental Hope, one of our voters for today's prize said, David Montgomery empowers his audience with knowledge and solutions. He tells us that hope, based on facts, is the necessary motivation for everyone to do what they can to help the planet meet the 2030 deadline, the point of no return. However, he also concedes that not everything can be saved. Instead, he says, we have to ask ourselves, what is within my reach? For me, reading David's piece was a stunning reminder that hope isn't just for optimists with their rose-colored glasses. Rather, when hope is shown in action instead of just feeling, real change is still possible. Please help me in welcoming one of this year's esteemed recipients, David Montgomery, to the stage.
Thank you for that introduction and also for that wonderful reading. I realize that a little bit of my talk tracks over the reading. So forgive me for that. It's a thrill and an honor to be here with you all on Earth Day. And I'm grateful to Arizona State University, the Global Futures Laboratory, the Center for the Study of Religion and Conflict, and the Narrative Storytelling Initiative. I just wish that when I was in school, I could have taken such a cool and innovative class as Climate Narratives, Apocalypse, and Social Change, taught by Stephen Beschloss and Sarah Viren. But thank you for this opportunity. My search for environmental hope, as you've just heard, began by accident, and it really felt like an ambush almost. It was sort of a sudden awakening and perhaps a realization that I'd been asleep before. I was covering that demonstration, and suddenly what happened was the subject of climate change became emotional for me in a way that it never had been. I'd been able to intellectualize it and or escape it by not reading the stories that had just become too grim for me. But suddenly two kinds of grief became overlaid upon each other, the grief for the loss of my brother and his daughter. And I realized a grief I was feeling for the planet. And I thought to myself that just as all of us are going to experience personal losses and personal grief, and one thing that we try to do is look for a way forward to carry our grief with us. But I began to think about whether the same dynamic is true about our relationship with what is happening to the climate. And I began to, in a similar way that I learned how to deal with human grief and loss, I thought, could I launch a search for hope and a way to confront our despair over climate change, almost as an analogous sort of healing process. And so, but in saying all that, I don't want to suggest that depictions of tragedy must be an essential component of our work, or that only readers directly touched by climate calamity can be fully reached, even though looming disaster is always going to be the subtext in our work. What my experience did was reframe the overwhelming subject of global warming for me and made me see it through a new lens. And that's exactly what a successful piece of writing can do. Take a subject that we've been talking about for our entire lives and make us think about it differently, more urgently than we ever have. And I think that's exactly what Mian and Emily did so masterfully in their pieces. As I sort of tackled this writing assignment that I gave myself, I decided to give my essay the structure of a classic journey story. We've all read plenty of journey stories, and we've probably written a few of them ourselves. And so, like a honeybee bobbing from blossom to blossom, I checked in with people who come at the subject from different angles: scientists, artists, activists, naturalists. And hopefully my journey from one to the other would give the story a bit of narrative forward motion. And at the end, I might arrive at a resolution, some insight that might be satisfying for the reader and also for me, though I had no idea when I started reporting. Because I intuited that hope is controversial among some or many people on the subject of climate change. To begin with, I felt as though I needed to get permission, in a way, from an expert to hold out hope at all. And so I turned to climate scientist Michael Mann, and he reassured me that, yes, indeed, it is rational to look for and find hope. The worst catastrophes aren't already baked into our future if we act now, he said, and every action makes a difference. Indeed, he warned that fatalism, the idea that it's already too late, that we are doomed, can be as paralyzing to action as its opposite, the false hope that leads so many people to bury their heads and just assume everything will work out somehow. Yet I'm suspicious of the hope that comes from individual acts to reduce our personal carbon footprints, even though I take comfort in my own feeble efforts. That's not systematic, and it's not enough. I'm also depressed by the thought that the only readers who really matter for us who are writing on this subject are just the 535 men and women who sit in the Senate and the House of Representatives. That's where the power lies to pass laws necessary to give the nation a realistic hope of meeting its decarbonization goals. Yet too many of those politicians seem past the point of being persuaded by even the most compelling piece of writing. But I take hope from writers and naturalists and teachers like Terry Tempest Williams, Drew Lanham, and Martine Prechtel, who find a way to make nature personal for readers. They lead us back to the source of our crisis, which is our twisted relationship with the natural world, our paradoxical sense of alienation and ownership at the same time. Reestablishing our respect and gratitude for nature is a precursor to the kind of mass mainstream action that will convince politicians. Hope is tricky, though, and it's worth being suspicious of. We have to check ourselves to see if we seek hope just so we can feel better, like a drug to ease the pain. And we don't have much time. I appreciate that quote from Greta Thunberg, which I'll repeat part of at the World Economic Forum in 2019, when she said, "I don't want you to be hopeful. I want you to panic." I want you to act as if the house was on fire, because it is. But I learned from activists I spoke to that hope isn't antithetical to action, and the purpose of hope may not even be to propel action. Hope is action. As a writer, one structure I like is when a piece can come full circle to a new understanding that wasn't available at the beginning. And at the end of my reporting, I was just lucky enough to find Jennifer Atkinson and her podcast about climate anxiety called Facing It. And she brought me back to the role of grief. She reminded me that grief is the form that love takes when we lose someone or something dear. And if we as writers can reveal for readers not just the panic and anger, but also the grief that lies at the center of our feelings about what's happening, our mourning, not just for lives lost, but lost species, lost places, lost rituals, lost colors, lost landscapes, lost jobs, and lost ways of life, then maybe we can help readers access their love for these things. And they will act accordingly. They won't let down the things that they love. Hope may be the unexpected gift of our despair, giving us the collective strength, courage, and creativity to save the future. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Frank Sesno, who is one of our nominators, who's with the School of Media and Public Affairs at George Washington University and the creator, founder, and director for Planet Forward that focuses on environmental storytelling. Frank?
Stephen, thank you so much. And thanks to everybody. I am so inspired by what I've heard today. I'm so moved by it. The importance of narratives, the empowering nature of it, of them is so compelling here. And the young voices are just motivating. I want to speak about where I come from on this and what I see. I started Planet Forward many years ago. It's a multimedia storytelling platform. And we talk about inspiring stories to move the planet forward. We want to inspire those stories through our efforts. And we want the stories to be inspiring themselves, but not inspiring in the sense of feel-goodism or some kind of palliative to kind of mask the urgency of the crisis. The climate crisis is real. And what these stories tell as well is that we are experiencing record drought, record heat, record floods, record ice melt. But the stories also tell that we don't merely need to sound the alarms, we need to do that, but we also need to provide some sense of the brilliance and the focus and the talent that is being brought to bear to do something about this. And there's a lot of that. And so the students that we work with across the country and the stories that we look for in this frame is so important, because it is one way to realize that while we are facing a ticking clock, maybe a ticking time bomb, we have incredible amounts of intellect and imagination and creativity and energy. I like to say renewable energy. I hope it is. I think it is, to address these things. I talk to students and to others about what is story? What is narrative? How do we tell a good story? Because the word is thrown around too much. There's a news story and there's, my friend's story and there's a backstory. But what do we mean by that? When I think about really effective stories, whether it's through the hero's journey or anything else, I think about the impact that they can have. Fact-based stories impart information. Compelling stories grab your attention. Memorable stories help you plant something in your brain that you can refer to later. And we need to bring those things together, I think, to tell these compelling stories, these stories that can both inform and engage, organize and mobilize, drive action when it comes to our planet. I have a bumper sticker that I use when I talk to students and others about what is a great story. And it really is a bumper sticker. And maybe someday I'll write an op-ed in defense of the bumper sticker. I come out of cable television, so I guess sound bites are okay in some quarters. They kind of can dumb things down, but they can also simplify for us. So my bumper sticker for story is this: compelling characters overcoming obstacles to achieve a worthy outcome. We think about our, epic stories of all time, whether it's in the Bible or it's Marvel Comics or Superman, there's a compelling character. That compelling character is up against almost always sort of death-defying odds and obstacles. But their worthy outcome is nothing less than saving a life or the planet. In the case where we are right now, I think the compelling character is the planet itself. And we've heard this from so many speakers here, and Katherine Hayhoe certainly drove home this point, as did Bill McKibben and really everybody else. What makes a compelling character? Remarkable traits: beauty, adversity, persistence, characteristics of detail and brilliance that we can capture in our narratives. That is our planet. Its majesty, its bounty, its beauty, but also its peril. What are its obstacles? We know them, unfortunately, we know them too well. What is the worthy outcome? Well, folks, it's survival, I guess, and it's survival of a sustainable, truly sustainable planet. My son recently had a baby, he and his wife, and I held this child. I've heard references to this, and I looked down at this child and I realized if he lives an average life, he'll see the year 2100. He'll go barreling through 2050 when we know all those projections are out there. So these stories that we tell are so important. So, Stephen, thank you so much for crafting this, and to all who have participated in this. These narratives matter. They move lives, they change attitudes, they create memories, and they really, really can move the planet forward. So I'm delighted to be with you, and I am so enjoying everybody's voice and all these great stories.
Thank you, Frank. Jessica.
Round two on Emily Rabbito's beautiful piece. This is how we live now. Some scientists say the best way to combat climate change is to talk about it among friends and family, to make private anxieties public concerns. For 2019, my New Year's resolution was to do just that, as often as possible, at the risk of spoiling dinner. I would ask about the crisis at parent association meetings, in classrooms, at conferences, on the subway, in bodegas, at dinner parties, while overseas and when online. I would break climate science as a woman of color, as a mother raising Black children in a global city, as a professor at a public university, and as a travel writer. In all of those places, as all of those people. I would force those conversations if I needed to, but it turned out people wanted to talk about it. Nobody was silent. I listened to their answers. I noticed the echoes. I wrote them all down. Tuesday, January 1st. At last night's New Year's Eve party, we served Hoppin' John. Nim said that when he used to visit relatives in Israel, he could see the Dead Sea from the side of the road, but on his most recent trip, he could not. It was a lengthy walk to reach the water, which is evaporating. Chris responded that the beaches are eroding in her native Jamaica, most egregiously, where the resorts have raked away the seaweed to beautify the shore for tourists. Monday, March 25th. Matt recalled vultures in the trees of Sugarland, Texas, hunting dead animals that had drowned in Hurricane Harvey, during which he had difficulty fording flooded streets
to reach his mother's nursing home. Tuesday, May 7th. Personally, I'm not that into the future, said Centime, who had a different sense of mortality, having survived 2 bouts of breast cancer. She uncorked the 4th bottle of wine. We'd gathered over Indian takeout for an editorial meeting to comb through submissions to a transnational feminist journal centering on women of color. She continued, but I can respect your impulse to document our extinction. Thursday, June 27th. Magda turned philosophical before returning to Tepoztlan, Mexico. What is the future of memory and the memory of the future? She pondered. We were eating raw sugar snap peas, remarkable for their sweetness, out of a clear plastic bag. Her eyes, too, were startlingly clear. My daughter's 27 now, she said. By mid-century, I'll be dead. I can't imagine her future or recall a historical precedence for guidance. Magda lost her thread. Meanwhile, Roy had been pointing out the slowness of the disaster, not some future apocalypse, but rather our present reality. A world's end we may look to culturally endure with lessons from Gilgamesh, the Enid, the Torah, and the Crow. Tuesday, December 31st. Another New Year's Eve. In distant parts of the planet, it was already tomorrow. The future was there and almost here. We drank Prosecco at Angie's party, awaiting the countdown while thousands of people in the land down under fled from raging bushfires, headed for the beach, prepared to enter the water to save their own lives on New Year's Day. The screen of my phone scrolled orange, red, gray, black, fire, blaze, smoke, ash, a window into hell on earth. I shut it away to be present for the party and the people I loved. Before he kissed me, Victor said, "Here's to a better 2020 for our country and the whole world."
Now we're going to hear from nominator Lacy Johnson.
Hello, I'm Lacy Johnson, and I'm so grateful to have been able to serve as a nominator for the inaugural Climate Narratives Prize. When Professor Viren invited me to nominate what I thought was the best climate writing of the last few years, I turned to works that revealed the ways the climate crisis has touched people's lives and how it has done this unequally. Narrative writing is uniquely adapted to this task, I think, because for some people, the climate crisis remains a problem that is abstract and distant, that it's far away in space and time. But narrative can transform it into one that is local and tangible and urgent. I was so pleased to be able to nominate Emily Raboteau's "This Is How We Live Now" for this prize. In its original form, as a year-long Twitter thread, this piece held my attention to this crisis, demanded that I and others keep its effects at the forefront of our minds and our conversations. And importantly, it made me feel that the ways my community was experiencing the climate crisis here in Houston were connected to other people and other communities' experiences of the climate crisis all over the world. People I cared about, but had never met. Helping someone to imagine their connection to the life and experience of a stranger is, in my view, one of the best possible things that narrative can do. Congratulations, Emily, on this well-deserved recognition.
Hello, my name is LD Matson, and I am a PhD student in the Hugh Downs School of Human Communication. I had the honor to be on the voting committee for the award, and I am excited to introduce Emily Raboteau, a fiction writer, essayist, and professor of creative writing at the City College of New York. Her work has appeared in Best American Science Writing, the New York Times, and The Guardian. She has been honored with a Pushcart Prize, the Chicago Tribune's Nelson Agrin Award, and several prestigious fellowships. Regarding her essay, This Is How We Live Now, one of our voters had this to say about her work. Emily Raboteau raises the subject of climate change with different people in the places she visits. In many instances, this conversation takes place at gatherings such as parties or festive meals. This narrative is a captivating blend of testimonial and witness as she elevates the voices of those who might not otherwise be heard. Please join me in welcoming our next Climate Narratives Prize recipient, Emily Raboteau.
Thanks for that introduction, LD. I'm very grateful to the graduate students in the multidisciplinary climate narratives course that reviewed and voted on the essays selected for this prize. To Stephen Beschloss and Sarah Viren for co-teaching this course, to the Laboratory Center and Initiative that sponsored the prize, and to Arizona State University for hosting me and Mian and David, in whose company I'm really honored to be, and also to Nakia Lee, who arranged our travel. I'm also grateful to the esteemed nominators with an interest in climate action, research, and storytelling, who we've heard from today, and whose own work has educated me, most especially that atmospheric scientist, Katherine Hayhoe, author of Saving Us. In fact, my work, This Is How We Live Now, was directly inspired by her 2018 TED Talk. The most important thing you can do about climate change is talk about it. In that talk, Hayhoe refers, as you saw today, to Yale climate change communication data that tells us, even though over 70% of the US population agrees that the climate is changing and will harm future generations, 2/3 of the population never talks about it. That dangerous breach between knowledge and speech, known as climate silence, is an impediment, of course, to political will and action. I was persuaded by Hayhoe's argument that talking about climate could help move the needle on policy. As Hayhoe says, everyone has the values they need to care about a changing climate. They just need to connect the dots. How could I help connect those dots? I decided to take her invitation seriously and rigorously by talking about the climate crisis among my friends and family. And for 2019, my New Year's resolution was to do just that. I asked everyone the same question. How are you experiencing climate change in your local habitat and in your body? I made sure to cast as global a net as possible, so the conversation wasn't restricted to the United States. Everybody I spoke with had something to share. I listened to their answers and I wrote them all down. I used Twitter to capture their responses in a year-long thread. I made sure to research whether or not what people were sharing was connected to the climate crisis. And when I had scientific evidence that it was, I linked each response to a news item so that interested readers could learn more. I would not say that what I was doing was writing exactly. Rather, I was performing a daily practice of engagement and active listening that deepened over time. I was crowdsourcing, I was hosting, I was acting as a scribe. The climate thread took on a strange incantatory power, force, and popularity that I didn't expect. Soon enough, it was more than a Twitter thread. It was a global chorus, a dirge. I discovered a few months in that some professors were even teaching it in real time. By the end of the year 2019, the thread felt like a time capsule of a moment of global awakening to the climate crisis. My posts increased in number and frequency with fire season and hurricane season. There were many echoes. For example, my friend Danielle in California's Marin County expressed the same terror about wildfires and the threat posed to her children as my friend Sujatha in Sydney, Australia, and my friend Romi in Damour, Lebanon. Without knowing one another, these women were even using the same language. At the end of the year, to codify the thread, I published it as a long-form essay in The Cut. It came out on New Year's Day, 2020. My editor there was David Wallace Wells, another climate storyteller whose writing, The Uninhabitable Earth, had awakened me to the urgency of the crisis. I find myself increasingly writing and reading on this theme, though I'm not an environmental journalist and was not trained for it. In fact, I was trained as a novelist. What role can literary writers like myself play in combating the climate crisis? Some writers use their craft to bear witness to an increasingly unlivable world. Others go further. Not only addressing the connections between human activities and environmental catastrophe, but also taking action to change it and compelling others to do the same. Since the publication of the 2018 IPCC report, which was a watershed moment for climate communication, I've been writing as creatively as possible, long-form essays about the climate emergency, asking myself questions such as, how should I write about it? What kind of language should I use or invent? How shall I structure this narrative when the genre can't keep pace with its swiftly accelerating subject? As a mother raising children in a low-income community plagued by environmental injustice, as an American citizen, as a professor, as a consumer, as a writer, how does my perception and behavior need to adjust as I am only beginning to wake up? Back in 2013, moral philosopher and environmental activist Kathleen Dean Moore made a call to writers, quote, as the true fury of global warming begins to kick in, forests flash to ashes, storms tear away coastal villages, cities swelter in record-breaking heat, drought singes the Southwest, the Arctic melts. We come face to face with the full meaning of the environmental emergency. If climate change continues unchecked, scientists tell us, the world's life support systems will be irretrievably damaged by the time our children reach adulthood. The need for action is urgent and unprecedented. Moore called out to writers who have been given the gift of powerful voices that can change the world. For the sake of all the plants and animals on the planet, for the sake of intergenerational justice, for the sake of the children, we call on writers to set aside their ordinary work and step up to do the work of the moment, which is to stop the reckless and profligate fossil fuel economy that is causing climate chaos, end quote. That work may be outside the academy, in the streets, in the halls of politics and power, in the new street theaters of creative disruption, all aimed at stopping industry from continuing to make huge profits by bringing down the systems that sustain life on Earth. These activist efforts need the voices of writers, the genius of thought leaders, the power of words and story. But there is essential work to be done also in our roles as academics and writers and students, empowered by creative imagination, moral clarity, and the strength of true witness. Write as if your reader were dying, Annie Diller advised. What would you say to a dying person that would not enrage by its triviality? Now we must write as if the planet were dying. What would you say to a planet in a spasm of extinction? What would you say to those who are paying the cost of climate change and the currency of death? Surely, in a world dangerously slipping away, we need courageously and honestly to ask again the questions every author asks. Who is my audience now, today, in this world? What is my purpose? Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. And, we had two special mentions. Our voters picked two other recipients of the prize. One is David Wallace Wells and the essay that he published in the New York magazine, which then came to be the book, The Uninhabitable Earth, and also Amitav Ghosh, his chapter Stories from the book, The Great Derangement. And we're going to now hear a word from Amitav.
I'm very glad to know that an excerpt from my book, The Great Derangement, has been chosen as one of the special mentions for the Climate Narratives Prize offered by Arizona State University. Storytelling is of the greatest importance at this moment of the planetary crisis, and I'm glad to know that this is increasingly being recognized by institutions such as the Arizona State University. A new generation of storytellers will have much to teach the world.
So we're going to, in a moment, we're going to kind of rearrange ourselves, and we'll have a panel discussion with me and David and Emily, and then also Sarah and myself. We want to make sure that we leave time to be able to answer questions from the audience. So I urge you to think about what you'd like to ask. But before we do it, as we just sort of make the switch over here, I think we're going to take this moment where Mian gets the first pick on which prize does she want? The first place, that's clearly yours. That much I can say. The piece is up to you. Oh, beautiful. Thank you. David, it's your turn.
Very much. Love the fact that it's original local. I love the fact that it's original local art. What a wonderful touch, and thanks for thinking of that, and thanks to the artist. I think I also the color red is really calling to me, so I'd like to choose that one if I could.
Please take it. It's yours. And I can tell you that what's inside that, those are bottle brush blooms. Emily, there are still two to choose from.
Thank you. I'm going to choose the other one that has flowers inside. What are those?
Those are Disodia blossoms, and that's yours. And here's the face. So we're going to just take 1 minute to move this table to the side and just rearrange yourself. So just give us a moment. You'd all join us. we'll go ahead and start. We have about 20 something minutes, and we'll, again, I want to make sure we save some minutes for questions. But I surely have one or two. I know that Sarah does. So maybe Sarah, why don't you go ahead and start us off?
Yes, thank you all. This has been a gorgeous event. I was thinking about what Van Newkirk said about, imagine that we're at this place now where we have enough people writing about climate, that we have a climate narrative prize. And one difficulty, but also a sort of blessing in this class was trying to figure out, well, how do you figure out what is the most effective climate narrative? Or how do you figure out what is the best or among the best climate narratives? And so I wondered if you all would answer that as writers yourselves. If we think about awarding this prize 2 years from now, what do you think we should be doing to evaluate narratives that are effective? And what does that even mean to be effective, right? When we're writing about climate. So I'd love to hear from the three of you.
Just jump in.
I'll go first. I'll speak as a reader because I feel like that's a question for readers. One of the most effective pieces that I read has been mentioned in terms of awakening me, in terms of jolting me into, I think, an appropriate measure of fear, was David Wallace Wells's Unimaginable Earth, the essay, which ran a very lengthy essay, which ran in New York Magazine, and then was the genesis for the book of the same name. And I believe that was published in 2018, which, as I mentioned, was really a time when I think climate journalism took on new forms of language that made readers understand, I think, in new ways, the level of urgency. And so David was using language that I would describe as, kind of apocalyptic, imagining future outcomes based on scenarios just kind of floating as they are without the change required. This is the kind of horror show you can expect. It was appropriately terrifying and felt like a Jeremiah. I mean, it felt like very biblical. The language he was using was really, really frightening. And it was precisely that essay that made me kind of remove the scales from my eyes and began making me literally see the signs around me. I live in New York City. I live in a coastal city that's threatened by sea level rise. I was pregnant during Hurricane Sandy when 43 people lost their lives, and yet I was behaving as if this was a future outcome or future eventuality that wasn't touching me. I wasn't thinking about the ways that it would touch my children. And I would say, as far as effective writing goes, I think it's that which makes you connect yourself to the narrative, right? It makes you connect your own life and the things that you love and care about to the issue at large.
I would say I'm interested in this question of effectiveness because I think there is sometimes what I think is an unhelpful conversation about the right way to do climate writing, as if there is a single goal that all people who are writing about climate share in common, as if there's like some giant needle that we're all sort of standing up against and pushing. And I just don't think that's true. I think that there are, competing interests and needs and, privilege among various people who are writing about climate for various different reasons. And I think that different effects can be made by taking different approaches. And so I think for me, the most important thing to think about in terms of climate writing is that it is an ecosystem, and that any healthy ecosystem is going to have a multitude of voices and approaches. And I'm less interested in talking about what is the right way and what are the specific criteria by which we should all be evaluating pieces on some kind of scale versus like, what does this particular piece do? Does it serve the purpose that it set out to achieve, and how and why and who's it speaking to? And those questions are more interesting to me, I think.
Just add that that is discussion we had in this class, and one reason that we really wanted this event to be as it is, where we have a number of writers, we have a number of different voices, different perspectives, and it does feel like there's sort of power in these multiple narratives. So yeah, I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, I would follow up on exactly that. As writers, we writers and you writers know that when you sit down to a subject, you have to pick the right narrative strategy or strategies of voice and tone that will work for the subject at hand. And I don't mean use the same strategies for all climate stories, but for this particular climate story. And I thought, just looking at the pieces that are being honored here, Emily's strategy was so potent. This global chorus and these very short, concrete observations and voices, and then sometimes she makes a sly observation, but it's very understated, which carries the power stronger. And Mian's piece grounded in something very personal, but then incredibly researched into sort of age-old questions about population control and what are the kind of scary downsides of thinking about that. And I think you guys, I mean, I guess it could be joyful, but also difficult, is pieces of writing that are somehow innovative, maybe using a strategy that you haven't seen before, sort of like what's the avant-garde type of climate writing? What are new ways to use voice and scene and rage, maybe? But there's definitely not one template, I guess.
Can I just add that in the class, we analyzed the stories and we asked the person who was presenting the stories in a given week to advocate for the story. And so we were trying to both get the kind of dig into each of them, but also sort of make a case for each of them. And when we literally got to the last class, we honestly had no idea what the class was going to vote for. And so that was, I probably have not had as an exciting day in a classroom as that last day. Like, who's going to win and how's this all going to play out? And so, that was just, for me, that told something really important, which is just the variety of perspectives and how they had the potential to impact sort of different students in different ways. And, like a David Wallace Wells, whose piece is very bracing and provides a kind of toolkit, but I think maybe darker for some students than for others, which, made some students more reluctant about it, for example. And I want to just sort of, if I can, ask sort of for me, what's the follow-up question, which is a question about impact. We were also throughout the course trying to think through this question of, what is it about a given piece that can have impact? How does it have impact? Why would it have impact? How do we judge that in terms of its importance, as a potential winner? So I'm just curious for each of you, does the question of impact come in when you're thinking about an approach to what you're writing? Where it goes, what it might look like, the particular spectrum of audiences that it might capture. Does the question of impact matter when you're constructing a story, when you're thinking about developing it?
First, impact for sure is important to me. I really want to reach people and touch them and bring them strong emotion, tears or euphoria or insight. A different question of the nature of impact. Do you want to drive a reader to take action after they've read your piece? Are they now part of the movement? And I don't, maybe it's because I'm a mainstream journalist. I don't always, I have to admit, and maybe it's a failing. It's not at the front of my mind that I want to develop a new generation of shock troops after having read my piece. I want people, however, but maybe that's the only way we're going to solve the crisis is to have our writing get people activated. If you can just make it personal, and I think of Drew Lanham a lot has a phrase that he wants to show people or show people how they can be magnified in nature. If you can just alter folks' perception and make them see that they're really invested in this, I think the impact and the action will take care of itself.
I think I really struggle with this idea of impact because I don't think anything that I write is going to change the world. I don't, and it's not really why I write. And I don't think that's what writing is for in some sense. I mean, you know, if you want to change policy, you should go out and get a job writing policy. You know, if you want to draw attention to, you know, what fossil fuel companies are doing in one particular location, you should go to that location and join with people who live in the area and like organize. That's not the work that I do. For better or worse, the thing that I'm good at is writing. I don't think I'd be very good at writing policy, and I don't think I would be a particularly great organizer. And so I write my way into trying to understand what it's like to be alive right now. And in so doing, I hope that it will make people feel less lonely. I hope that it will give people a tool to think more rigorously about their own lives. But I understand again that what I'm putting into the world is a sort of, you know, just like a drop in this giant bucket of things that are happening around climate. But I don't sit down and think like, what's the piece I could write that could really like bring people to action and change the course of the climate crisis. And I don't know. It's not a scale on which I consider my own writing, I guess.
Can I just make one observation in terms of your own piece? I think one of the turns in your story beyond the personal, which I think was important to the class, was that you also do focus on the fossil fuel industry and talk about sort of from a structural level, from a systems level, the impact that they have, and that maybe that we as individuals have less ability to influence. So I get that you're not interested in shaping policy. On the other hand, you didn't shy away from talking about things at that level.
I guess maybe that's the role of criticism, right? I mean, I feel like as people who engage in cultural critique or critique of politics or critique of structures, those critiques are necessary, but you never have any idea what impact the critique you have made will have. You know, maybe no one will ever see it. Maybe one person will be so moved by it that they change the course of their lives. But yeah, it's again like what is writing for? What is critique for? It's a different kind of a question. Yeah.
For this particular piece, I had been impacted, as I explained. I had been impacted by Katherine Hayhoe very directly. I felt that she threw down the gauntlet in a really clear way and was saying, go ahead, like talk, and here's science behind why you should. I was convinced by her persuasive argument, and then I took the tools that I had as a writer to do exactly that. And I think I had the ambition for that piece of writing to demonstrate, if I don't know that I was thinking in terms of impact, but to be an example of speech, right? So that as a reader is reading it, they're not only participating in the like dinner conversations that I had, but also being shown what that might look, what talking about an uncomfortable subject might look like. And I don't know, as me saying, I don't know that anybody who read that then went on and felt more comfortable talking about the climate crisis and its impacts in their local habitats and in their bodies. But that was my hope, that was my wish.
But it struck me, if I can say also, I mean, the multiplicity of voices that were in the piece. I'm assuming from an early point in the work, you were thinking sharing this sort of, many voices was an important service that you were providing, if I can put it that way. Would that be true?
I knew that it would have the most power if I could include as many voices from as many places as possible, so that it wasn't a solitary voice, that it was a chorus.
collection of voices, which I think also gives it that extra quality beyond just simply, any number of voices, but to really illuminate that it's a global problem with global dimensions. Sarah, do you have another question before we turn over to the audience?
Something I've been thinking about, partially when David was talking, but also related to the class. So in the first part of the class, we read a poem by Jory Graham called Earth. And we also listened to a conversation that Jory Graham had where she talked about grief and about trying to instill within readers the understanding that the earth, that we are grieving for the earth, that is like that you might feel towards the earth and the natural environment, the sort of love that you would feel for a loved one who was sick or dying. And it was really impactful. And I think in class, we talked a lot about her poem and the impact of that. And so I was, before that, we'd been talking a little bit about hope versus alarm, with sort of maybe two modes of writing, the sort of emotion that underlies these narratives we're reading. But I think grief is also present. So I wonder if the three of you could talk about that and also talk about, are there other sort of emotional modes that you see in talking about climate, right? I think of outrage, right? But I think someone's just thinking about the extremes of hope and alarm is limiting, right? And to me, grief feels particularly impactful. So I'd just love to think of, if you could talk a little about what do you see as sort of other emotions that might underlie your own writing or pieces that you're reading that are addressing climate change, the climate crisis.
I will just say briefly about grief. I think one of the most clarifying things for me in thinking about climate grief comes from, I believe she's a clinical psychologist, but I'm not actually sure. Her name is Pauline Boss, and she was writing in the 70s about POWs and soldiers who had gone missing in action, and talking with their families and realizing that they were having grief, but a sort of complicated kind of grief that was, she termed ambiguous loss. And so there's sort of two types of ambiguous loss, one being where the object of your love is physically absent, but still psychologically present, as in the case of POWs or soldiers, who are missing in action. And I think it was more missing in action. Let me correct that, not POWs. Soldiers who were missing in action, so that their families did not know if and or when they would return. And the other one was Alzheimer's patients. So someone who the object of love is physically present, but sort of psychologically gone or going. And for me, thinking about climate grief in those terms is that we are collectively experiencing a kind of grief that we don't have a lot of language for, and which is very much complicated by the fact that we don't know where the endpoint is. That if you have an Alzheimer's patient, for example, it's day by day, it's very confusing because you don't know how much the person is or is not there. Can you grieve someone whose hand you can still hold? It's confusing, but you do know what the end is going to be. And with this sort of loss that we're experiencing, it is not clear where the end is going to be. And so how do you grieve something that is currently in the process of being lost with no particular end in sight? And I don't think that most of us, any of us, have the psychological equipment to sort of handle that kind of grief. In terms of the emotions that I see people writing from, I'm heartened by the turn sort of away from elegiac writing about loss. I think there has been a great deal of lament about what is going, and I think that that's like a necessary stage of grief. But I feel more excited about the kinds of emotions that are more girded, rageful, motivated responses that I think maybe sort of emotionally come after that feeling of loss to some degree.
For me, grief was useful and is a useful way to think about it, and illuminating, and I think helpful for writers. At least in my case, I sometimes don't cover this subject full time by any means, but I feel as though my audience are people who are interested, but not certainly not activated, but somewhere in the middle. Maybe they have false hope, or they're anxious, but they're not writing their congressperson or marching in the street. And to reach those folks, in my opinion, the sort of the x-axis of alarm and apocalypse at one end, it's such a fine balance. You have to find a way to get people to wake up and I guess be afraid, be alarmed, but how do you ignite, spark that without it leaking over into futility and fatalism, and there's nothing I can do. If it's as bad as you're saying, then why should I even care? And to me, that grief adds sort of another dimension. It sort of makes it a more three-dimensional to let people know that there are other emotions involved here in the climate, talking about climate. It's not just panic and alarm and apocalypse and everything's going to be fine. There's anger, there's senses of loss, there's grief. And I think grief is an emotion that a disengaged, somewhat suspicious public doesn't trust the liberals who are always going on about climate change. I think grief is novel, that grief is even implicated in the climate crisis is a novel concept. I think I might be wrong for some readers out there. They're familiar with the anger and the marching in the streets, but the sadness. And so I think it's helpful in that respect.
I also think the way that grief animates or drives the piece that David wrote also shows the importance of the flip side of grief, that way that David's piece is constructed as using hope as the operative action to move through grief in the process of healing and mourning, and recognition of the fact that grief is just love without a place to put it. That for me, I think the animating emotion is, yes, grief is there, but that's because the love is so big. Like the love, I'm animated by love and joy, and specifically the love that I have for my children and the joy that I take, and the joy and the delight that I take in them. It's and the anger that I feel for them and the fear that I feel for them. Is driven by love that I write into this space.
Yeah, when I started talking about grief, I also remembered, Emily, in some of your other essays, the way that your children, that sort of grief that those of us who have children, there's a sort of grieving for the future that they're going to inherit. But you're right, that is driven by love. But I was also thinking about your other essay, Sparkbird, where there's a sort of sense of there's something being lost, but there can be a celebration in that, in writing into that. And so then there's a complexity where there's the grief is alongside love, which is ultimately more, I think if we're thinking about audiences, ultimately brings more people in, right? Because we all understand complex emotions. That's the human existence. So.
And we all love something so much that the idea of losing it is horrifying.
Yes.
And I would just say, I'm back to hope for a moment. And, David sort of reminding us to think that hope is an action verb. That's a really powerful thought. And obviously it can be, a fantasy or an idealized sort of picture about reality. But it also can be grounded in a reality as well. And I think it's, it's an interesting challenge to sort of ask ourselves, given all that we know, how do we actually nourish this action verb in a way that makes us think sort of concretely about what we can do. And we're now at this point where, I take the point that every piece can't all by itself solve the problem. But I'm always asking the question, is this the piece that's going to help, move the needle a little bit? Is this the piece that's going to, connect with somebody who might be inspired enough to do something in some way that will begin to make a difference? And how does the collectivity of responses by writers sort of open a door for the people who are, just not quite sure how to articulate what they're feeling, and also not quite sure how to respond to it. And so the opportunity to, for me to, in all of this work, to create empathy, that just sort of to the topic, to the subject of each of the pieces, I think just goes a long way to at least beginning to give us a chance to make a difference. So I just want to actually make sure that we switch and give time for questions that anybody might have. Right here, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. I know we're almost at the end of our time. I just want to say thank you so much. These are so beautiful and moving. And I'm struck by the way in which each of the pieces has an intimate connection at its heart. Brother, niece, child, dear friends that you're in company with, in conversation with. One of our frustrations with the apocalyptic framing of climate change is that there is that segment of the population who thinks apocalypse is great and is waiting for it to happen because they're going to come out on the right side. I had an occasion to reread the Puritan apocalyptic poem, The Day of Doom by Michael Wigglesworth lately. The funniest part of that poem, which is endless and depressing, is the scene where the people who are saved celebrate their separation from the damned. So wives gleefully say goodbye to husbands. Brothers are overjoyed that their siblings are landing in the fiery pit. And it seems to me that there's something about that apocalyptic joy that maybe that dismissive part of our population feels that is very much the opposite of intimacy, the opposite of vulnerability, the opposite of connection. So that the answer, as many of you have sort of been gesturing toward, the answer to apocalypse, the best answer to apocalypse is to nourish empathy and to intimacy and connection. So I want to thank you for doing that. All of your pieces do that so beautifully. And I don't know if we have time for responses, but I just wanted to signal that.
Well, thank you for that. Maybe we actually just see who else might have a question they want to ask. Jessica.
Just a quick question. Emily sort of touched a little bit on this with her piece, but my question is, after your piece came out, were there some surprising responses or things that happened, such as you mentioned with a teacher teaching a class as your vignettes were being posted, something that you were surprised by that you felt, I don't know, enriched your experience of having written it?
I think that was for you, Emily, in particular, if you haven't.
I was surprised by two things. One was the amount of people I heard from, young people actually in different places in the world, who were glad to see that conversation in that venue. Maybe they subscribed to that publication, and I'm not sure how it reached them, but they wrote to me and just to thank me because it made them feel less lonely. And some of them shared story. They continued the concept by sharing with me how they were experiencing the climate crisis in their local habitats and their bodies. And the second thing that surprised me, although this never came to pass because the global pandemic occurred and landed particularly hard in New York City, where I live, was that there was like a plan somehow to turn that essay into a sound. They wanted to do this in Brooklyn. Like there was going to be some kind of public art exhibit with speakers placed around that were going to be playing those expressions, so that as New Yorkers walked by the speakers, they would be hearing that, which I thought was really interesting, that there might have been another iteration of expression of that essay that wasn't exactly an essay, that would be a sound piece of art. I wish that had happened and it didn't, but I liked the idea.
I was very surprised by the response to the piece. I got more emails from readers and from just people that I was actually kind of blown away by it. But there was one I remember in particular who was a father I think he lived in Portland, and he wrote and said, "I'm so grateful that you wrote this piece because my daughter is, at the age of maybe considering having a child, and she's very worried about climate change." And he said, "I don't know how to talk to her about this because I didn't have to think through those things. And now I have something that I can hand her."
And I just thought, oh my God, if this piece is being like used as a tool for people to communicate and try to work through these really hard things, like that's the best possible outcome, you know. And I people wrote to me who had children, who did not have children, who were, you know, queer, straight, non-binary, just saying, you know, because everyone knows children, right? It's not really actually about having a biological child. It's about child humans in the world who we all know, who are your neighbors and your nephews and, you know, kids that you love because kids are lovable and nearby. You know, how do you think about the world that they're going to be in, and how do you help to conceive of their future with them? So those responses were very, very meaningful to me, and I am grateful to all of the people who took a moment to say how it had affected them.
David, you have a quick answer on the
topic? It's very quick. I may have gotten less reaction, but I was gratified by a lot of people who appreciated the personal element of the story, and it touched them. That's what a writer always wants to hear. There was a professor of a class at SUNY Stony Brook who invited me to talk to their, and it deals with humanities and using humanism writing, the soft sciences to approach climate change. They had me as a guest. I thought, wow, I'm reaching a different audience. Last thing though, is I heard the exact opposite, mainly sort of on Twitter, sort of the real, and I respect the opinion. Hope is naive. Hope is bad. We don't need hope. Hope is, you know, stop talking about hope. I was interested in that reaction, and I respect it and I understand it. But that was the other type of thing I heard.
I just want to say that something I was thinking about when Mihan was just talking was that all three of your pieces, what was most impactful for me was that it helped me think more clearly about these issues. And I do think when we're talking about impact, sometimes we think action, right? Am I going to spur somebody to go, you know, make policy change? But I also think what we often need is just clarity of thought, and we need new concepts and new ways of thinking about concepts. And all three of you have done that with your work. I really appreciate you for that.
Unfortunately, we're out of time. There's a lot more questions we haven't asked yet that we would like to. Maybe we'll have a few minutes after we're done to be able to talk for a minute more between us. But I just want to say that I'm really grateful that the three of you were all able to be here in person. And you know, we're really grateful that you shared your ideas and your writing with us and with the world. And this was the inaugural Climate Narratives Prize, and you've sort of laid the foundation for what we're going to do next couple of years from now. You know, these are all beautiful, published, written pieces. We've talked about opening the lens a little bit. Maybe we'll have sound pieces. Maybe we'll have musical pieces. Maybe we'll have theatrical pieces. Maybe there will be a film, you know, film writing that would be a part of this. We have the chance to sort of expand it, but this has laid the foundation. And so I just want to thank you so much for contributing to this first inaugural Climate Narratives Prize. And thanks for everyone who's in the room and everyone who's online.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, and happy Earth Day. I'm Dave Gustin. I'm a foundation professor in the School for the Future of Innovation and Society and the Associate Vice Provost for Discovery Engagement Outcomes in the Julianne Wrigley Global Futures Laboratory. Welcome to this last panel in GFL's week-long celebration of Earth Week. Woohoo! And of our fabulous new building. Perhaps befitting this ultimate panel of a long and involved and, yes, inspiring week, we're going to be talking about time for the next, perhaps 2 hours or so. The session is entitled 3 Conversations on Time and Global Futures. The session will be divided into 3 separately themed panels, each with several speakers who will make brief provocative remarks, and there will be time for questions after each respective panel, and then at the end of the entire conversation, or the entire 3 conversations. Each of the speakers represents a different focal area within GFL. The focal areas are 14 topically organized groups representing faculty expertise across the entire university. They are intended to be sort of creative sandboxes for generating ideas with impact. Many of the speakers this afternoon are the leaders of their respective focal areas. Some are members of the groups. This trio of panels explores the importance of thinking about time for understanding trajectories, transitions, inflections, interventions, and even our own biases in our understanding and influencing our global futures. The focal area leads have been in conversation about time, timelines, and related ideas for several months now. And while the specific attention has shifted focus over these months, several important points have emerged that continue to make discussion of time and timelines important, including an understanding of when things might happen is important for understanding what knowledge and capacity we need to develop in order to intervene. So if we have in mind doing use-inspired research, we don't want to end up predicting yesterday's weather. We want our research to actually be delivered in a timely fashion. If there are inflection points or important transitions that can be identified, attention and analysis can be focused on clarifying issues and making challenges tractable for that specific moment, and of course in preparation for that moment. Still more specifically, trajectories and transitions involve more than a single domain. And so an inflection point for energy, for example, decarbonizing the economy by a certain date has deep implications both for meeting that goal and for a world after that goal is met or not, and for issues like food, water, equality, and so on. Timelines also give us the opportunity to talk not just about trajectories and transitions, but triggering events, options, and alternatives, and the complex nature of what we think solutions actually are. And finally, while timelines imply something linear, they are also opportunities to broaden the conversations into scenarios rather than fixed futures, possibilities and plausibilities rather than probabilities and risk, and different cultural approaches to time and to futures entirely. We need to reflect on the nature of the blinders that we put on when we see time in only one way. Now, I'll introduce each panel before it goes on, but the speakers will introduce themselves in any more detail that they might wish. The speakers should also move as seamlessly as possible from one to the next. But before I introduce each panel, I'm also going to read a stanza from a poem, 4 stanzas in all that will provide a bit of a through line for your experience as an audience. The poem is Calmly We Walk Through This April's Day. Last I looked, it is still an April's day. It's not particularly calm out there at the moment, but a little bit nicer perhaps than the past 2 days. Chosen at least in part for its opening line, as for its closing couplet, which we'll get to at the end of the session. The poet is the early mid-20th century Jewish American writer, Delmore Schwartz. Calmly we walk through this April's day, metropolitan poetry here and there, in the parks at Pauper and Rentier, the screaming children, the motor car, fugitive about us, running away. Between the worker and the millionaire, number provides all distances. It is 1937 now. Many great dears are taken away. What will become of you and me? This is the school in which we learn, beside the photo and the memory, and that time is the fire in which we burn. So panel 1 will explore reflections on inflections with the following lineup. Rimjim Agrawal from the focal area of human economies will be talking about growing inequities as an existential threat. Nathan Upham from the biosystems focal area will be speaking on baselines and rates of biosystems change. Michael Udell from the health systems focal area will be speaking on measuring health inequities in the 21st century. And Michael Barton from systems modeling will be speaking on reflections, inflections, and modeling. And I'll turn it over to Rimjim.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Good afternoon, everyone. So I am, together with Nina Berman, I co-lead this GFL focal area on human economies. And I will be talking about inflections today with reference to socioeconomic inequities. Now, why is that important? As social beings, all our actions, behaviors, attitudes are very strongly influenced by what our relative position is in society, and not so much what the absolute is and what we are doing in our little islands. So let me illustrate this with a simple example. Let's say you are driving in a 2-lane tunnel, and as always happens when you want to get somewhere very fast, there is a traffic jam. Both lanes are struck at first, okay? So you are really frustrated, and because you are in this tunnel, you don't have much visibility, you don't know what is happening ahead. And then one of the other lane starts moving, and that instills some hope in you, and you feel good, although your relative position has deteriorated. But if this situation continues for quite some time, then the hope turns into anger, and the anger can keep building on, and you know what happens next. Now, this example was used by 2 very famous development economists, Hirschman and Rothschild, and they used it to illustrate what was called the tunnel effect. And the idea here is that inequities are tolerated to a certain extent, so long as these signal hope in times of uncertainty. But the problem is that we don't know how long this period of hope will be, how quickly it will flip over to this phase of anger. But what we do know very well is that during this period of hope, inequities may slowly creep up into the society, get entrenched in our infrastructures and institutions, and lead to positive feedback loops, and inequalities keep rising. And as Winston Churchill has famously remarked, we shape our buildings, and afterwards our buildings shape us. And that is what would be the central point of my presentation, that we've reached a point where inequities have gone to a very high extent that they constitute an existential threat. We heard former Vice President Al Gore talk about how the climate crisis is an existential threat. And I'll show you how, along with that, rising inequities constitute an existential threat. So let me turn now to some data. We are the economics group. We need to have this data. So inequities can be measured in several ways. Here, I'm showing the share of the top 1%. This is what the media has caught on to very strongly. And what I need you to take away from this graph, which shows the case of Anglophone countries, is 2 points. First point is that we see that inequities measured in this way have increased very sharply in all the countries, starting from about the late 1970s, early 1980s to the current time. And now they have become dangerously close to the level we saw in the late 1920s, just before the stock market crash leading on to the Great Depression and the Second World War. Now, I'm not saying that the same pattern will be repeated, but it does signal concern. We need to be concerned about this. And now you might ask, what about the rest of the 99%? So here's another graph that shows the timeline for the different income quintiles. And here the important point to note is that the bottom quintile has had a relatively little increase in their incomes from the mid-1960s to the present, while most of the growth that we have seen and the associated ecological structure has been taken up by the top quintile. Okay, so and this same is reflected if you break it up by racial ethnic groups. The white population has captured much of the gains. And this is also reflected in our per capita emissions around the world, where you see inequities not only across countries, but within countries, with the top 10% accounting for a large share of our global emissions. And here is a graph which is based on the work by Wilkinson and Pickett. They are epidemiologists who constructed an index of health and social problems, various health and social problems. And they took the data from various countries in post-industrial stage, and they found that as income grows, there is no pattern with respect to what is happening. But if you plot the same graph with respect to inequality, you see that as inequality grows, these problems become worse. So in other words, inequality has a much stronger influence on these problems than just growth in income. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rimjim. Nathan.
I'm going to stand up if that's okay. Yeah, cool. Awesome. Yeah, thank you all. Yeah, so I want to talk about the baselines and the rates of change in biosystems, in particular, kind of focusing on baselines as a way to know what is changing, right? And so there was this really important report that was released just before the pandemic began, thinking about this intergovernmental panel on biodiversity and ecosystem services, right? So really strong language was released in this, and rightfully so, thinking about unprecedented declines in species, extinction rates accelerating, and some important numbers, right? So 50% of live coral reefs lost since the 1870s, 20% lower abundance of native species since 1900, and really identifying that these direct causes of land use change since 1970 has had a really negative impact, along with exploitation like hunting, effects of climate change, pollution, and invasive species. And so one of the really key things that you'll notice in all of those statistics is that it's relative to something, right? There's always a date involved. And it's because that's when we started paying attention. There's many ways that we can measure this type of change in an empirical way. And I've sort of arranged these here in order of the time scale, right? So thinking about ecological monitoring, generally the long-term ecological research programs that we've been doing have only been about the last 50 years. Natural history collections and biocollections really only date to the time of Linnaeus, about 1750. And then we can go back further into subfossils, middens like paleomiddens from wood rats, lake cores, and then further back into mineralized fossils that'll take us actually millions and even billions of years in the case of some bacteria. And then really thinking about, okay, the species losses. So also in the same report, they made this important kind of extrapolation from the existing data that 1 million species are threatened with extinction. And so this is kind of based on this 8 million species estimated to exist. And the key point here is that the majority of these species have not even been described yet, let alone be assessed for extinction probabilities. So the species that have been assessed are shown in this bar chart here, but those gray areas are still the data deficient species. So even well-known things like mammals, there's still about 15% of the species that we don't know enough about to assess. And then thinking about conservation, sort of our perspectives on conservation through time, there's been this sort of overall shift in emphasis from a species-centric focus to thinking about whole ecosystems. So kind of this nature for itself perspective from the 1960s and 1970s. And then towards the present of thinking about people and nature as really one whole thing that we need to be managing jointly, and then thinking about our role in that. And these are some ideas brought forward by Georgina Mace in particular. So we depend on functioning ecosystems to survive and thrive. This appears very clear, and there's a couple of paradigms that help us bring that forward. Ecosystem services is one of them. And so this idea that as biodiversity is changing with our impacts through global change, the functions of the ecosystems are also changing, and then that can remove the services of those ecosystems, right? So things like clean water and pollination services that you can actually put a monetary value on, but you don't necessarily need to, because it's just about our livelihoods. So some examples of of things that are going on here in the Global Futures Laboratory and at ASU that I want to highlight: Center for Biodiversity Outcomes here with thinking about research, partnerships, and education. The Natura Initiative, thinking about nature-based solutions, particularly in an urban setting. The Neon Biorepository that's based here at ASU, but that's just centralizing all the samples from these 81 field sites across the United States. And then thinking about like this One Health sort of solution to this, right? Not just the ecosystem on its own, but humans as part of that we depend on environmental health and domestic and wild animal health. And so this has really come into focus as we think about this pandemic that we're just coming out of, thankfully. But that we need to be able to predict these types of spillover events of wild mammal viruses into humans. This is a project that I've been involved in, and really sort of thinking about that the host reservoirs, the ecological context of this has not really been the focus of the virologist to date, but it needs to be. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Nathan. Michael.
Great, thanks, Dave. Thanks for having me here today. I just want to add one bit to my bio. I'm not using slides, which is that I am a public health scientist and I'm a historian. So what I want to do today is, given the theme of timelines, is take us back in time to talk about a major challenge in particularly health and inequality in the 21st century. So let's go back in time, and I want to take us back to 1896, Philadelphia, a city that I moved from about 10 months ago. And that was in the fall of that year, the pioneering sociologist and later civil rights leader, W.E.B. Du Bois, who was the first Black man to receive a PhD from Harvard, gets invited to Philadelphia by the University of Pennsylvania and the city to study, as city leaders called it, to take measure of the city's Black populations. And city leaders had worried, as Du Bois described it, about how this great, rich, and famous municipality was going to the dogs because of the crime and venality of its Black citizens, who live largely centered in the slum at the lower end of the 7th Ward. Now, Philadelphia wanted to prove this by figures, and I, meaning Du Bois, was the man to do it. Of this theory back of the plan, I neither knew nor cared. I saw only here a chance to study a historical group of Black folk and show exactly what their place was in the community. And Du Bois did just that, studying a range of factors about the city's Black community, from religion to jobs to health, and coming to the conclusion, after collecting data from over 2,500 families, including more than 10,000 individuals, that the health inequities in particular that were facing Philadelphia's Black population were not driven by race, as the city had hoped would show, but were part of broader historical and social forces that were doing great harm to both individuals and to communities. Du Bois described disparities in health as what he called an index of a social condition. And this was more than 100 years before the language of social and other health determinants would even be described. And in fact, the mixed methodology that he pioneered in Philadelphia in the 1890s are methods that we in public health and more broadly in the social sciences continue to use today. The other fact that I want to throw out is that he did this all in 3 months. That was how quick it took him to collect that data. So when we talk about tackling major problems quickly, this guy did it alone without any technology other than some pencils and some pads. So I bring this brief story up that I believe illustrates two important concerns I have about problems in our own age of health inequities, as was highlighted earlier. First, as income inequality deepens and we get deeper into the climate crisis, we continue to measure disparities, perhaps literally to death. To what purpose? Sometimes I don't understand. What I mean by that is that public and population health is really good at identifying disparities, not so good at figuring out what to do with those disparities. We know that the same forces identified by Du Bois more than a century ago, forces that Du Bois called the condition of living, that we in today's population health lingo call health determinants, factors like poverty, education level, racism and discrimination, and so on, exert a tremendous impact on our health status and on the inequalities that, for example, COVID has laid bare for everyone to see. And of course, these health determinants will dramatically worsen during the climate crisis. So why do we keep measuring disparities rather than act on them? Some of it is that public health has largely failed. We're witnessing that failure all around us right now. 1 million dead for COVID would be Exhibit A. And academic public health in particular is not equipped in a systematic way to intervene and act upon the inequalities that drive poor health outcomes for so many Americans. Second, we tend to prioritize and measure the wrong variables when we do health-related research. In the 1890s, Du Bois realized that it wasn't race in and of itself that shaped one's health. Instead, it was a constellation of factors. Yet race, particularly race as a proxy for biological difference, remains at the center of so much of the research that we do and how we describe human populations, that we tend to reduce complex problems. Remember, Du Bois called them the conditions of health, but instead we reduce them to race rather than social, environmental, or biological health determinants that impact our health. There's a lot of work being done in this area right now. The National Academies is currently in the middle of a 18-month panel that will look at the misuse of race and other population identifiers in genetics. We've been having some discussions on campus about these issues, and other universities and think tanks around the country are doing the same. So as we think about health inequalities, we need to think about the terminology that we use and the measures that we use to describe those inequalities. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Michael. And Michael.
Hi, I'm gonna follow up what Dave asked and at least add one more sentence. I'm a complex system scientist with training in social and natural sciences. And my own research is on long-term interactions between people and the environment. But as a focal area lead, I'm going to talk about models today. And so what do models have to do with time and global futures? You may think about models as mathematical equations or computer programs, but those are just two ways that out of many that models are actually expressed. A model is simply a simplified or abstract representation of the world. We encounter models all the time, mostly expressed in natural languages. Stories are models, news articles are models, public policies are implied models, paintings are models. The discussions you'll hear today and afterwards about events that can shape the future are all models. We're constantly creating models of the world around us, and they're important. They help us make sense of the past, the present, and actually plan for the future. In fact, we're awash in models, and that presents some problems because we often hear or read about conflicting models of the future. Adding sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere may be necessary to avoid overheating global climate. Doing the same thing, climate interventions are likely to produce more harm than good. Tax cuts are the best way to produce more resources for the poor and reduce inequality. Tax increases, especially on the wealthy, to fund a universal basic income are the best ways to increase inequality. Face masks are a simple and effective way to reduce the spread of a virus. Face masks are of little use in preventing disease. So how do we sort through the deluge of models that we encounter and create to find useful ones, right? How do we try out alternative models of the future without exposing ourselves to environmental catastrophe or economic collapse or deadly disease? Well, expressing models in a formal scientific language like mathematics or computer algorithms is a really powerful and useful way to try and evaluate, compare, and test alternative models of the future, especially because they're more transparent, reproducible, and testable than narrative models. Natural languages, like we speak here, are nuanced and rich forms of expression. right? Scientific languages of mathematics and algorithms are a lot simpler, right? And they lack the nuance of natural language. They require a modeler to actually try and be really explicit about specifying underlying assumptions and biases and processes. Fuzzy concepts we have in narratives like influence or need or satisfaction have to be expressed concretely in some kind of numbers or equations or code. And so expressing models about tax cuts versus tax increases, degrees inequality in a formal scientific language reveals underlying biases and assumptions in these models in ways you can't do in a narrative. Expressing models in a formal language can't eliminate the kind of inherent biases we all have, but it does transparently expose them so anybody can see and question them. And the game of telephone is fun hearing how the story changes as it's told from person to person. Even when a model is written, its meaning often varies from interpreter to interpreter. We can see this in ongoing debates about the meaning of every sentence in the model of US governance called the Constitution. A reproducible scientific model of viral spread during the interactions among people, right, with and without masks, can be run by different teams, compared to be able to compare the impacts on public policy, public health policy. An equation or a computer algorithm behaves the same and produces the same result every time, making it easier to understand and compare alternative models and see where they're similar and different. The most effective way to test a model of how to identify edible mushrooms, right, is to go out and pick some, eat them, and see what happens. But this kind of empirical testing comes with the risk of getting sick or even dying. Right? Likewise, we could test alternative models about the impact of injecting sulfur dioxide into the air by doing it and observing the result. But this would risk catastrophic harm. On the other hand, a digital representation of sulfur dioxide can be added to a scientific Earth system model of the atmosphere, oceans, and vegetation. And this allows us to analyze the results in the modeled environment before deciding whether we want to put it in the air we actually breathe. Scientific languages enable us to test models of the future more reliably than just adopting the most emotionally appealing narrative that best conforms to our internal biases. In spite of these benefits, scientific models remain much less common than narratives. That's because equations and algorithms aren't widely understood, and really they don't make for compelling stories for most people, right? Narratives convey a vision of the future, how it can be accomplished, and what in ways formal scientific languages can't. Narratives inspire people to take actions needed to make the visions a reality. But in order for this knowledge to be gained from a form of scientific language, it has to be translated back into a narrative, right? That means we urgently need translators, people who can translate narrative models into a formal scientific language, and people who can re-express these results in compelling narratives. So as you reflect on models of the future, today and in the future, maybe think about how we can translate these models into formal languages so they can be evaluated and tested, and how we can translate them back to compelling narratives to inspire action. To achieve a better future, we need the best models we can create, and we'll need both narratives and scientific models to accomplishment. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Michael. And let's give all our panelists a little appreciation for nearly nailing their 5 minutes each. We have a few minutes for questions and answers for them before we get to the next panel.
Thank you so much for starting us off with that great presentation. And Rim Jim, you did such a beautiful analysis of the problems of inequality and inequity and some of the conundrums that it's not a predictable with income and other factors. That's an analysis of the problem. What do you think there is one way to address it?
Thank you for that question because I ran out of time. Yeah, thank you for that question. I ran out of time in talking about just this. So there are public policies. So there is a lot going on. There is public policy, for example, redistributive tax policies, minimum wage legislation. We have a lot of activity going on in terms of labor unions coming up, and that offers hope. I want to take a minute to talk about what our group is specifically doing. So our group is called the Human Economies Group because we are taking this inspiration from the economic anthropologist Keith Hart, who made the case that instead of looking at the economy as something abstract out there, and the economy that is out there, we need to think about how people create economies through their interactions with each other and through nature. And this is how we are looking at this problem. If once you open this diversity up and you look at how people manage their survival and the various ways they build economies on their own, I think this can provide us hope. This can provide us ways of how we can empower some of the seed transformations that are coming up. And this is what our group was doing. And I invite anyone who would like to join our group to do so. We are a big multidisciplinary group. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
Thanks, Rimjim. Other questions for folks in the group? Please, Nancy.
Yeah, so I want to ask a question that maybe will tie together these different talks. And I can see how the whole question of environmental justice often has to do with the kinds of direct effects on biodiversity that Nate was talking about being worse in places where underprivileged people live, and that relates to health and so forth. But I want to ask my question to Michael. So how would you actually model the interconnections of, is that too complex of a model for us to think about the interconnections?
I assume it's this Michael you want to talk to.
Yes.
You know, I think you bring up a really important point when we're trying to think about these kind of situations, right? We end up, if we're honest, we recognize there are many complex interactions and processes that are going on simultaneously, that they're not simple soundbite, unified, single causes for any of these kind of issues. But the moment we start trying to keep track in our head of how these many different connections influence and affect these kind of results, health outcomes and things, it gets very difficult. And we inherently tend to favor one over another, given our own internal biases and interests and things. The nice thing about being able to translate this into some kind of, I would say in this case, a computational model where you can have many different kinds of factors or agents or something that interact, is that it can surprise us. It can allow us to represent more interactions than we can mentally keep track of. And often we can see results that aren't what we expect. And that's what's actually gets really interesting. So I think these kind of complicated and complex problems really benefit from leveraging our own intuition by using these information technologies. I mean, don't do away with our intuition, but leverage it to be able to do things we can't do individually.
Great. We've got one last question from Nina.
Thank you so much. This is a question that has something to do with modeling, but also affects, I think, or relates to all of the groups here. So we know that there are 7,000 languages documented on this planet. 2,500 of them are endangered. Every other week right now, one language dies. And yet, when we talk about biodiversity, we don't hear anything about language loss. We don't hear anything about the loss of cultures. So how do we factor humans into the concept of biodiversity?
Nate, you want to take that?
It's an extremely good point. Yeah, I mean, there is language in the IPBEST report that discusses Indigenous communities. I didn't highlight that. We should though, and I think in particular there's a role for, so Indigenous communities in the context of actually stewarding the total biosystem resources in that area is critical, right? I mean, we heard about that throughout the week, that it's like over half of the earth is under some form of stewardship by Indigenous communities. To your particular point about the loss of those languages, though, and then that their languages should be protected. there's not, so like IUCN is the biodiversity kind of authority for ranking threatened and endangered species, but they don't deal anything with humans, right? So it is an oversight in that context. And yeah, I don't exactly know what to do about that.
That's okay.
No.
So let's thank our panelists again. And I want to ask you guys, as you leave your chairs, take your water glasses with you so we can reset for the next panel. Thank you all. So as we transition to the next panel, you know who you are. So you guys, please come up. I'll read the second stanza of the poem. This is the school in which we learn. What is the self amid this blaze? What am I now that I was then, which I shall suffer and act again? The theodicy I wrote in my high school days restored all life from infancy. The children shouting are bright as they run. This is the school in which they learn. Ravished entirely in their passing play, that time is the fire in which they burn. So our second panel will look at 5 themes in the Southwest Colorado River Basin with these speakers. Dave White from the city's focal area, Kathleen Merrigan from the food systems, from the food systems focal area, Sarah Porter from the water focal area, Gary Dirks from the energy systems focal area, and Shauna Burnsilver from governance and decision-making. And they have chosen to take a slightly different approach toward their presentations. That's not 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, but a little bit slightly differently distributed. But rest assured, they each have only 5 minutes to speak. However they distribute it. Take it away.
Afternoon, everyone. So we organized this panel based on the following question. How could 5 GFL themes, water, cities, new energy systems, food systems, governance, and decision-making, in 25 minutes, illustrate the premise of the Global Futures Laboratory? That is, thinking together allows us to get further than if we each thought alone. So to keep the panel focused, we decided to concentrate on one region, that's our own region, and explore how the themes could engage on the wicked and dynamic set of problems characterizing the Southwest Colorado River Basin. The basin is a critical source of water for 7 US states and Mexico. Arizona is in the lower basin. The region's suffering through a long-term drought, and which with climate change may be our new normal. So an already hot place is getting drier and hotter, and yet Phoenix and adjacent cities are growing. Many stakeholders with a diverse set of ideas on what constitutes progress are thinking about Arizona's futures. So our process will be as follows. We're each going to take 1 minute to foreground the work that we do in the themes and how we engage with the Southwest Colorado River Basin. Each of us are going to take, after that, we'll take 3 minutes each to move through a few key ideas for the themes relevant to the basin. And finally, the last 5 minutes, we're going to think together on how we can scale up. So how lessons from the basin can be scaled up in order to provide more understanding around critical interactions and processes and global insights. So if all goes well, we're still going to have 10 minutes for questions. So I'll pass it over to Dave.
Great. Thank you, Shauna. And so I'll say on behalf of the city's focal area and my co-lead, Di Bowman, and on behalf of our group, we have decided that in an era of science communication where you need to be able to express your thoughts in the shape of a tweet to be able to capture attention, we have each created a tweet that summarizes the key point that we're making. And thanks to the GFL and KE Marcom and social media teams, these are being tweeted as we speak. So to start off, my key point is that cities are engines of innovation, productivity, social mobility, and efficiency. Cities also face social, economic, environmental, and technical challenges, and urban leaders and their partners must develop and implement solutions for food, energy, and water sustainability. And that's hashtag GFL focal areas. First, 3 points that I'm going to make today. First, integrated environmental governance of agriculture, energy, and water systems is a collective action problem. Second, risk perceptions influence collective action, and therefore we need to consider the way people that understand risk. And third, more effective and integrated institutions are required to create transformational solutions to sustainable and regenerative global futures.
So again, I'm Kathleen Merrigan. I'm a recovering politician turned academic, and my career has been fiercely defending sustainable farmers and ranchers. Hashtag ASU Earth Week, my tweet. Climate change and rapid urban development threaten farms and ranches. Pressure from wildfires, mega drought, unresolved water rights, labor shortages, and soaring fertilizer and water costs are causing producers to rethink what they produce and where. Much of the region is pasture land, unsuitable for much beyond livestock production, which contributes to ecosystem services. How do we maintain a balance between urban and rural water demands and preserve our agricultural sector? We believe the partnership among the focal areas at GFL is part of the answer.
Thank you. I'm Sarah Porter from the water focal area. I'll let you enjoy my tweet later and just give you this statement. In the US Southwest, water is the determinant of environmental health and community and economic well-being. Today, the Southwest is facing declining water supplies due to climate change and groundwater overdraft, and we can't make more of it. To meet our needs, we can only move water, treat it, and store it. But these require costly infrastructure and energy, and they're disruptive. Cities in the Southwest account for about 25% of the consumptive water use. Agriculture accounts for around 75%. Since the 1980s, urban growth and water demand have largely become decoupled, and this trend will continue as cities maximize opportunities for water reuse and efficiency. Over that same period, agriculture has decreased its total water demand by 15 to 20%, while increasing the net production of food and fiber, more crop per drop. Any new water supplies will be the most expensive yet. Cities will be able to afford that water by spreading the costs over their populations. Farmers who work on thin margins and need a lot of water will not.
My name is Gary Dirks, and I'm the focal lead for new energy futures. And I'm going to speak about energy. Energy powers our world. Energy lights, heats, and moves our cities. Energy moves and cleans our water. And energy allows farmers to farm and get their products to market. By my reckoning, there are 4 imperatives for the energy system. Energy needs to be clean. Energy needs to be reliable. Energy needs to be affordable, and energy systems need to be just and equitable. All at the same time and all of the time, although not necessarily in that order. The Southwest is struggling with all 4 of these imperatives. We're growing very fast. We're closing down coal plants, and summers are getting hotter. We need more energy resources and storage, and we need to manage what we have more thoughtfully. Changing this system is going to be very hard. I'll say more about that later.
Good afternoon again. So I'll let you enjoy my tweet. I'm Shauna Burnsilver, and I convene the governance and decision-making theme. I want to start with just some basics here. So governance, just to be sure that we're all on the same page. It refers to the institutions and set of formal and informal rules determining who gets what, in what context. Power, who holds it and who does not, defines how those rules get made. Decision-making describes the process of making choices and who's involved. Representation, or who is at that proverbial table, defines how equitable decision-making outcomes are. Both processes are agnostic to any one challenge, place, group of people, scale, or level. By this, I mean that governance and decision-making underlays all global challenges and all global solutions. Governance and decision-making occur within and across scales and jurisdictional levels from individuals all the way up to global forums, leading to substantial complexity in dynamics and outcomes. Our focus in the GDM theme is understanding and improving these processes, a challenge that is particularly critical to people and landscapes within the Southwest Colorado River Basin. More on that later.
Okay, so in this next phase, we're going to talk about some of the key ideas that we introduced as we opened. So I want to talk a little bit about risk perceptions and focus on cities. In work that we did through the Decision Center for Desert City, looking at risk perceptions in 3 major metropolitan areas within the Colorado River Basin, namely Phoenix, Arizona, Denver, Colorado, and Las Vegas, Nevada. We tried to understand public risk perceptions and how those risk perceptions framed the way that those members of the communities in which we live may be receptive to different transformational solutions and different transitions. We should note, as we're talking about transitions in time, currently, globally, more than half of humans now live in cities, with that number going up to about 70% by 2050, according to UN projections. What we learned from this survey, focusing again in our region, was that more than 60% of the residents in a full randomized household survey perceived climate change as personally risky, which is greater than the national average of about 40% from data such as the Yale Climate Communications Study. And that's 62% in Denver, 57% in Las Vegas, and 60% in Phoenix, reported that they believe that climate change will impact them and their family in their town or city. Our sample conceived specific climate change risks from issues like heat waves, droughts, and severe storms. Interestingly, more than half, 52% of the residents in those cities said they could rarely or never trust the federal government, and a further 40% so they could only trust it sometimes. And so this means that when we think about governance and decision-making, we are facing a significant challenge in terms of trust. In multivariate modeling that help to understand the drivers of these attitudes, we also know that trust in government is one of the key variables that predicts people's receptivity to transformational policy changes. And so that's a critical barrier for us to overcome. And finally, we found that pro-environmental worldview and perceived personal responsibility were the strongest positive predictors in climate change risk perceptions across the cities. And so functionally, that means driving up people's perceptions of the degree to which they have autonomy and that they have efficacy to participate in solutions is critical as we're addressing the variety of challenges that will be discussed across the other panelists. Thank you.
So I went to the Census of Agriculture, which USDA does every 5 years. I love the Census of Agriculture. And I was going to make a comparison of how many farmers and ranchers, or at least in Arizona, if not the whole Colorado River Basin, back in 1970, Earth Day, to today. Problem is, back then, we didn't count the smallest of farmers, and we did a very poor job of counting Native American farmers, which in the state of Arizona is nearly 59% of producers, which for me was a big learning curve when I moved from the other coast to my new home here. Anyhow, there's one thing that I teach my students in my classes is you can construct policies that farmers and ranchers disagree with, but you should never do it absent of conversations with people who produce our food, the realities of their lives. And so I'm hoping that as we all work together, we're always certain to have farmers and ranchers seated at the table to really clearly understand their realities. Now, in farming, we talk in Arizona of the 5 C's. Let me see if I get them all right: cattle, copper, cotton, Okay, citrus and climate. Oh, climate, is that important? Yeah. So clearly we have to make some changes here, right? It does seem uncomfortable to talk about alfalfa and cotton and almond production in a state here where we're just very, very thirsty. On the other hand, as my tweet said, there's some livestock production that occurs here that's absolutely appropriate for the land. We have ranchers out in the countryside in the Western region who are putting out water for wildlife. We're all watching this big news in California about this bridge that's being constructed as a wildlife corridor, but we have ranchers in the Western region who that's part of their ethic, part of their culture, to protect that wildlife as part of their land stewardship responsibilities. So I really think that we want to recognize them for what they do. And so while we in agriculture may have to think about different things to produce in different places, you know, the farmers and ranchers are looking over and they're seeing these housing developments spring up. And as I said on one of our calls together, every time I see a new housing development go up in the sky, my heart breaks a little bit more for farmers because they're outnumbered, they feel outnumbered. And there are cities that are looking at new ways of doing things. Austin, Texas is thinking about, well, should we be using potable water for flushing toilets? Half of the water use in urban areas is for grassland and other kind of outdoor plant life. And so it's a system where we have to cut back all around on water. And then on energy, man, we are seeing the loss of small and medium farms, not just in this region, but across the countryside. And the concentration, particularly of livestock agriculture, is creating environmental hazards of great magnitude. And people get excited, Gary, about these methane digesters. And I get that because that eliminates some of the methane going off in the atmosphere and it creates energy, but it also has concentrated manure that become environmental hazards. So I think as the Global Futures Laboratory, we've got our work cut out for us.
Well, I'm going to get a slightly autobiographical here to say that I grew up in Phoenix. I'm a native. And when I was in high school, I organized students in my school to protest the development of a dam that I understood as a 17-year-old would have huge ecological consequences and shouldn't be built. And it wasn't built. And I still have the t-shirt in a box somewhere. But years later, when I was revisiting what was going on in water policy at the time, I was kind of shocked to realize that I had no idea at the time that we were about to move 1.5 million acre feet off the Colorado River to pretty much provide the same customer base that dam that wasn't built wound up doing. A far more disruptive project than the dam that I was busy protesting down at the state capitol. Why is it that I was so oblivious of what was going on in water policy in Arizona back in the late 70s and early 80s? And the reason is that water policy throughout the Southwest, and I would venture that this is throughout the world, is generally decided by small groups of technocrats. And this is partly because water is very complex. But one of the issues is that the decisions that are made by this group of technocrats are generationally consequential. They're everything about what happens with the environment, generations down the line, what kind of food we have available, how our cities are shaped. And so part of what I hope we can do in Global Futures Lab is to broaden that group of technocrats or break down the technocracy in areas like water and energy, so that what's so important is that more people participate. And to me, increasingly, what's very important is that more of future generations are enabled to participate in these consequential decisions. So that's my goal, my hope. And if I asked you all, are you all trying to conserve water? Who here is trying to conserve water? One hand, I'm guessing that pretty much everyone here is. If I told you that 93% of the water that is used indoors is reclaimed, would that impact your decisions about shortening your showers or how you conserve water? In fact, in cities, conserving water indoors does something for energy, but it does very little for the water resilience of your city. The whole play in central Arizona, where we live, is water conserved outdoors. Here's another example of information that's held closely by people who are the water decision makers. It should be disseminated broadly. That's just a simple little example. So right now, I couldn't be happier than to see Global Futures Lab developing to be part of this. Even the conversations that we had for this panel are seeds of work that we can do, integrating food systems and energy and governance in cities so that we can be creative and form the kinds of partnerships we need to have in order to have a sustainable future, can take place here in Global Futures Lab.
So I'd like to go back to where Dave Gustin started us on timelines. And as Dave said, the timeline for the energy system is really set by climate. We have to be able to decarbonize the energy system by 2050, preferably sooner, and definitely as fast as we can go. That's a big lift. We're talking about trillions of dollars of investment, and we're talking about phasing out and taking away enormous investment that already exists. But there are some green shoots, in my opinion. There's very little disagreement, really, that this needs to be done. You hear noises at the margins, but very little disagreement needs to be done. Even here in Arizona, in a study about a year ago, the Center for the Future of Arizona and Gallup did, polling Arizonans, 73% of Arizonans said, we want clean energy. Not necessarily what you might guess a priori. There's also a lot of agreement that the new energy system has got to be built on renewable energy. And that the renewable energy is overwhelmingly going to be wind and solar, augmented by storage of various different types, and in particular by batteries. And the same here is going to be true here in the Southwest. We have a lot of solar, and solar is going to be the heart and soul of what powers our energy system in the future. Now, this is really good news in the context of what our panel's been talking about, because wind and solar are broadly distributed and can therefore be very, very local. And in fact, as important as international and national agreements are, the bulk of the heavy lifting going forward is going to be done locally. Local decision makers. This gives us a much greater opportunity to develop energy systems that integrate with our cities and the plans of our cities, integrates with the way Kathleen is talking about farmers, the way in which we use water. Now, that also, if you think about the imperatives I mentioned earlier, gives us an opportunity to look at those four imperatives: just and equitable, reliable, affordable, and clean, and say what works for us in our area. And how do we as a community come to understand what it is we need to do? And I'll say more about that in my next opportunity to speak.
So I'm going to try and make 4 very quick points. You probably have a sense from listening to the other speakers that the governance and decision-making processes in the Southwest Colorado River Basin are really complex. That's sometimes leveled as a criticism, but also across all 5 domains, system functionality in a day-to-day way is pretty high. So in the sense that systems working, services flow, what people have water, urban people have water, some people have water. But energy is still flowing. To the general public, this might suggest that the status quo is okay. But as you've heard, you probably also have a sense that governance and decision-making processes are growing more complex and they are increasingly fractured. So there's more intensity there, more tumultuousness as populations grow, as power dynamics shift between new and old stakeholders. So a critical observation is that our existing governance and decision-making structures and processes were not designed for the current set of conditions that we have. They emerged over time and in this place, in this region. So the question now is how to engage if we want to push these systems in a different direction to literally transform them. How do we transform existing governance structures and decision-making processes designed for one context, and how do we do it relatively quickly, even as these systems continue to work for most people? Second point that I want to make, not to this fly, is that there's a lot of complexity associated with governance and decision making, but framing this complexity as resulting from cross-scale and cross-level interactions and dynamics is really important. And we need to do it in a way that makes the system itself studied and easily understood to people who are inside it and outside it. So in this diagram, on the left are social and governance levels important across each of our themes, extending up from individuals, consumers, all the way to NGOs, business, multiple levels of governance, from the municipal to the tribal and the federal. Some stakeholders focus on action within the levels, and those are the circles there. For example, businesses identify climate targets, NGOs might innovate together on a certification schema. But actions that transform governance and decision-making processes occur based on underlying understanding mechanisms that connect people and stakeholders up and down across these levels. So I've given examples of the different kinds of bottom-up and top-down mechanics that actually are potential leverage points for people who think about how to engage in governance and decision-making. But I want to make the point based on earlier things I've heard talked about this week. It's not a question of bottom-up and top-down mechanisms. It's actually both. And we need to make sense of both these dynamics at the same time. My third point is the connection between representation and equity. Across all themes, decisions with huge environmental impacts are being made by a surprisingly small group of people, either because of bandwidth issues, lots of interest, but too much knowledge that needs to be understood, or huge time demands, or issues with representation and transparency. For example, there have been huge missteps associated with engagement with tribal entities. And one particular example here is the drought contingency planning. Up until 2010, there were no tribal seats at the table, literally. This exclusion is being redressed, and there's a lot of progress being made, but it's because of a concerted long-term effort. We can ask, what are the entry points? We really have not figured out what the entry points are to broaden our appeals and get people engaged. So generationally, how do we move beyond technocrats and bring people into the process of governance and decision-making, the hard work? And my fourth point is about worldviews. So worldviews are really diverse, but they're really powerful. So policymakers, politicians, and researchers tend to assume that stakeholder groups are homogeneous and have a solid body of uniform interests. But we know that that's actually not true. And for example, you can't talk about rural farmers. You can't talk about the Navajo. You can't talk about water managers. There's a significant heterogeneity of interest both within and between stakeholders. And this recognition links to an emerging discussion in decision-making and governance circles that when people engage in governance in these processes, their goals reflect their values. And worldviews, when they're accessed, are incredibly powerful. So engaging directly with worldviews as people within the governance and decision-making process means that implicit assumptions can be made explicit. And this elevates the possibility for strategic partnerships and alliances to emerge across groups that on the surface do not share values, but still might have shared strategic interests.
Okay, do you want to take your 5 minutes and really make sure that it's 5 minutes for
I think
crosstalk? Or do we want to
should
go to the audience?
questions, and someone should ask us questions about scaling these lessons to global perspectives and transferability of what we've discussed here to other locales. Also, I think like hashtag bring down the technocracy is our new hashtag. We'll go real quick. One of the things that I think we are all in agreement about is that the lessons, well, first of all, Gary made the point, local decision-making, right? And a lot of this is in the context of these local municipalities with specific social, political, economic, cultural, racial, ethnic contexts, right? But it's critically important that we identify what works in those contexts, share those lessons, and then connect and scale. So the work that, for example, is being done by the Connective that Di Bowman and others are working on, sharing information regionally, connecting then to other global communities, sharing those lessons, the MacArthur 100 Cities programs, these kinds of programs that connect cities around the world. In this case, I'm talking cities, and then share that information back and forth to see what kind of solutions might work and transfer. That's really, I think, in my mind, one of the ways that we get there.
Can I also say that for arid regions, transforming agriculture, which has to happen in order to continue to feed the people, is going to require a kind of all hands on the pump effort by the academy, government, stakeholders. We do need to enter an era of agricultural transformation in terms of water supply.
I wanted to say, Sarah, that when you were protesting Orm Dam, I was a new graduate student here doing the same thing. Yes. So what Gary and Dea said about the sort of local decision making, and then the question of scaling, also came up in Karen Sato's talk this week. And this idea, an imperative that we have to scale these things. And I have to push back on that because I don't know that, I mean, I don't understand what you mean by scaling. Now, if what you mean is that we need to enhance communication across regions and among cities and so forth, so that the full range of possible solutions is known, and people can act on those, that's great. That can get things moving. But the idea that there somehow is a silver bullet that can be scaled up to the globe is I think is inappropriate. And we talked about this actually at the recent Nature-Based Solutions for Urban Resilience conference that we had in Malta. And this idea of scaling came up over and over and over again. But what we're recognizing is that cities are so individualistic, and it's good to have the conversation, but maybe we don't really think about there's going to be one solution that will apply all over.
Yeah, I don't think, certainly in the way that we're thinking about it on the energy system, it's not a template. You heard, I made the point about the imperatives 4 different times, and the reason or 2 different times, and the reason I emphasize those 4 imperatives is because the order you put them in matters a lot. You get a very different pathway into the future depending on which order you put them in. In a metropolitan area, you have the best chance of having conversations at that scale about what matters to that group of people. And I think it's important that those conversations happen and that they become very personal. And the reason I say that is, at a conference recently, the psychologist Daniel Kahneman made a very interesting statement. He said, people believe the reasons because they believe the conclusions. And to the extent that that is true, and I do believe it's true, then I believe the only way you can get around that is personal relationships and the kind of personal trust that all of the other panel members have talked about. People who may not agree with each other on all the details, but they trust each other and they will listen. And that you can scale. That kind of conversation can go anywhere on the planet. And in the case of climate change and changing the energy system, if you get 1,000 groups of 7 million people, a major metropolitan area, you're off and running.
Distinguish between replicate and scale. So in the context that you were talking about it, Nancy, that might be replication. So one process that works in one place, can it be scaled and applied somewhere else? But in the context of the scale that I was speaking about, you can talk about decision-making processes that are activated at one level. So they might be just consumers making purchases locally. That's one level. But there are stakeholders, NGOs, for example, that are working locally, but also trying to scale to other places. So when I was talking about cross-level, cross-scale, it's recognizing that for any one problem, there are multiple stakeholders that are engaging in different ways. And so the dynamics might scale up or down. And so thinking about the ways, if you want to engage, the ways that you can lever, where are the levers for engagement in particular processes? That might be one way to identify those levers.
Last question.
Thank you so much. So I'm wondering about, it seems to me one of the things that sort of ties a lot of these conversations together is the sort of epistemological transformation that's required. So when we're moving away from, say, as you know, hashtag take down the technocracy, right? Part of that is this kind of epistemological transformation that has to happen, and maybe a shift towards something like collective governance, or at least the shared governance that's required to make decision-making less technocratic, if you like. But it seems like for that kind of transformation, that kind of epistemic transformation to take place, people are going to have to get a lot less comfortable with letting the technocracy take care of business. In other words, it seems to me that we can go around polling people and they'll say, yes, sure. Certain things need to change, but actually shifting their everyday practices and the way they go about acting and believing in what they do and saying, well, no, actually, I can't move to Scottsdale and have my beautiful green yard anymore. I actually have to shift and do something else. And I need to be thinking about, you know, all these other things. It seems to me that, you know, people want to, well, at least in my experience, you know, they want the infrastructure to take care of that, but not actually take care of actually transforming what they think about and what they believe. So I'm just wondering, how can we address those challenges?
I'll just say a really quick observation. First of all, I essentially agree with you. I think the short answer is that is going to happen to people, whether they're ready for it or not, right? So people are going to get increasingly uncomfortable with infrastructure failures, extreme events, you know, like what we saw in Texas, what we're seeing here with the Colorado River shortage declaration, et cetera. How we move people epistemologically toward that place, I think they're going to get moved real quickly without necessarily the process of us moving them.
Can I comment on that? I don't actually think we're going to get less technocratic. The simple truth of the matter is we've created this that we live in that is so dependent on our technologies, and those technologies are so intertwined and getting so sophisticated. We have to have the skills in order to continue to manage it. But what I think we're all pointing at is you must add a lot more to the technocracy. And that technocracy has got to be or that addition to the technocracy has got to reflect our values. And what is it that this underlying system is meant to do for us, as opposed to it has its own will and drivers. So that's what I think we're really aiming towards, is how do you layer on top of and augment and infuse into what we have the way of being that we want to be projecting.
And a last comment from Kathleen.
Just to follow on and to appreciate your comment and perhaps point to myself as part of the problem because I dabble in venture capital work. In 2020, $30 billion went into ag tech in this country, investments. Hope that this technology will get us out of our problems. What else could we have done with $30 billion?
On that thought, let's thank our panel again. Please take your glasses of water with you. Okay, we're going to move on to our third and final panel. I want to invite everybody who's in the audience to maybe stand up, get up on your toes, stretch your arms out a little bit, breathe deeply. You can do that at home too. We're in the home stretch. Okay. And now to bring you back in, I want to read this third stanza from the poem. To bring you back in, I want to read the third stanza from the poem. Avid its rush, that reeling blaze. Where is my father and Eleanor? Not where are they now, dead 7 years, but what they were then, no more, no more. From 1914 to the present day, Bert, Spira, and Rhoda consume. Not where they are now. Where are they now? But what they were then, both beautiful. Our third panel is called Dimensions of Time, and it features Osvaldo Sala from the focal area on extremes, and he'll be speaking on extremes foreshadowing the future. Stephen Beschloss from the narrative focal area, and he'll be speaking on rethinking notions of progress and time. Melissa Nelson from the Indigenous Knowledges focal area, speaking on time as relative, and we'll be concluding with Joni Adamson from the Human Sciences focal area on history, the creation of the future from the past. Osvaldo.
I feel you should tell me. Too loud. Oh, okay. So this is the beginning of the Considering Dimensions of Time working group. And so I'm going to be talking about how extremes can help us foreshadow the future. And when we're talking about the future of what? I think I'm thinking about the future of social ecological systems. For example, in this figure on the left, the photograph of the 1930s, the Dust Bowl, you see that there is an extreme climatic event, a very rare drought that affects people, but the collective behavior of people affect the vulnerability of the system to respond to the drought. And at the same time, the changes in the drought, people who change their actions and affect the way drought affects people. This is a loop. And there are two ways in which we can reach extreme. In one case is where the condition is very rare, very extreme. Like in going back to my example of the Dust Bowl, there's a severe drought. So I'm going to be using this figure here where we have in the x-axis, we have the condition, the severity of the drought. If you go further to the right, more severe drought. And here is the response of the system. The system can be, you can measure in number of people suffering hunger, or you can measure as plant cover. So you see it's a linear, as the drought gets more severe, then there is a more your decline in this state of the system. So that's one way that systems, social ecological systems, achieve an extreme condition. The other one is where the system is not linear, but there is sort of what we call a catastrophic bifurcation. That means that there is a nonlinear response. So systems, when they get to this point that here is marked as F2, can flip into a completely different nature, for which a reduction in the condition never brings the system back to the previous state. So in this case, the forcing is not very strong, but the systems were very close to that threshold in what can make them flip into a different state. So there are two reasons why we can observe extremes in social ecological systems, the driver or the condition of the system. And so I'm going to try to argue that we can use extremes, we can still study extremes to use as a window into the future. So this is not a very complicated graph related with the California fires of 2017, 2018. You probably smell them all. I mean, they remember how smoky it was. And so in the y-axis, we have a complicated index, but that is not. It's a probability of occurring of this index, the fire weather index. That is sort of a combination of precipitation temperature, vapor pressure, and wind speed. And you see how that variable changes in the black is what we observed in the past, and from the 1950 until the present. Here is where we have the big fires of 2017, 2018. And the blue and the red light represents two global circulation models that predict a very rapidly warming world or not. But the point is that what we observe in 2017 and 2018 in California is the same as what's going to be the norm at the end of the century. So that's how we can use the extremes to understand the future. So the bottom line of these 5 minutes is extremes can be used as a window to understand the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Osvaldo. Stephen.
So I'm going to be talking about rethinking notions of progress in time. Consider a few of the overarching narrative notions that have ruled the last 500 years: the age of exploration and discovery, manifest destiny, the Industrial Revolution, the dawn of America and the world's greatest economic power, the modern world. These are narratives rooted in values and ideas about society and people and driven with urgency of time. They've inspired men, particularly men, to pursue new lands and give shape and power to the Euro-American project, to build and expand empires, to imagine and create the modern world, to make it possible for, as they saw it, the growth of civilization. These are among the narratives that propelled the idea of progress, a forward-moving march toward what they saw as a better world, at least for them, and the potential of infinite economic growth. Fast forward to the present, and we can see extraordinary levels of literacy, dramatically increased lifespans, technological advances that make global communication and access to knowledge available to virtually everyone. But we can also gaze back across a history of bloodshed and genocide, a history of subjugated people and destroyed cultures, a planet despoiled by rising CO2 levels, environmental degradation, and overconsumption of resources. We can see how this march toward progress and the promise of better was only for some people, leaving large swaths of the world outside this promise, with populations struggling with and understandably aggrieved by the inequalities and injustices of the practices and systems that these overarching narratives perpetrated and perpetuated. So let's look quickly at some of these narratives, and we'll do so obviously with a quick speed. The year is 1493, the year after Christopher Columbus returned to Spain. Alexander VI issued a papal bull granting and justifying Spanish colonialism, the right of the Spanish monarchy to occupy the newly discovered Americas and to convert the indigenous populations. In short, to spread Christian civilization throughout the New World. Notice the words of 16th century British writer and promoter of the British Empire, Richard Hakluyt, quote, "For to prosperity no greater glory can be handed down than to conquer the barbarian, to recall the savage and the pagan to civility, to draw the ignorant within the orbit of reason. 1845, Manifest Destiny was coined, insisting that the United States is destined by God to expand its dominion and spread its system of capitalism and democracy across North America, driving expansion and justifying the forced removal of the native populations. 1860, the first industrial revolution, starting in Britain with mechanized spinning. In the 1780s, then growth of steam power and iron production after 1800 created the growing demand for cotton globally, which fueled the slave trade and forced labor. By the beginning of the American Civil War, over a third of the Southern population was comprised of enslaved people, nearly 4 million humans. The 20th century, the same increasingly industrialized, increasingly urbanized, increasingly global modern world that brought skyscrapers, electricity, and recorded sound, planes, trains, and automobiles, and a belief in man's capacity to have dominion over nature, that also brought World War I and World War II, the deaths of over 100 million humans, the world-altering atomic bomb, and environmental degradation on a massive, deadly scale. Forward march, progress. We can surely add in Russia's mass atrocities in Ukraine today to raise serious doubts about the arc of history bending toward justice. Now, as we can see now, the narratives that propelled nations and people forward have also yielded extremes of exploitation and brutality, death and destruction. Now, for those who choose to look, we can see this clearly. And we are hearing from the peoples who did not benefit from this history and are rightfully demanding to be seen and heard. Now, confronted with the existential threat of climate change, we have a chance to be smarter and more inclusive. There's a growing question as to whether the climate crisis portends an apocalyptic end of times. Maybe soon, maybe many decades from now, or maybe right now, maybe we're in the midst of it. But for all those who wonder about this question of time, when might this shattering apocalyptic fate happen? Remember that many indigenous populations that faced genocidal destruction centuries ago recognize they're already living in a post-apocalyptic world. And they have much to teach us about how to live differently in relationship to the natural world, indeed about how to rethink the choices and live better in the decades to come.
Thank you, Stephen. Melissa.
Thank you, Stephen. So, are we too late for climate change? Have we crossed just too many tipping points? Can we learn from the mistakes of the past? Is time our enemy, or can it be a relative, an ally? What role does conscious presence have in restoring a sustainable, just future? For most of us, today is April 22nd, early springtime in the Northern Hemisphere. For my Anishinaabe Nation, it is sugar bushing moon, as the maple sap is starting to flow after a long winter in the north. This is the new year for us. Spring ceremonies are marked by the emerging of the leaves when they are the size of a beaver ear. We know when to complete our winter ceremonies and begin spring activities. As First Nations elder Melba Green has said, the stars are used for directions, the moon tells us what month we are in, and the sun is used to tell time. Here in Akimel Atham territory, it is the bloom of the agave flowers that reveals spring. Elaborately carved ironwood sticks were marked their pre-colonial calendars. For most Indigenous peoples, time is seasonal and fluid, more like looking through a kaleidoscope or a fractal or seeing a spiral evolve than following a linear path determined by past, present, and future only. In the Anishinaabe language, we have 4 past tenses, 4 present tenses, and 4 future tenses. So time is multidimensional and measured by possibilities, environmental happenings, and sacred obligations. The motion of change happens in relation to other living beings. As Kyle White and I have shared, time unfolds through shifts in our kinship relations. So Indigenous time is not based on this Gregorian concept and other European versions of time tracking based on the 12-month solar cycle. Our Anishinaabe calendar and most indigenous calendars are based on a 13-month lunar calendar, connecting us more to the feminine principle. In the Western mind, we are often more concerned with timelines, when something happens. Indigenous peoples, on the other hand, are often concerned with why something happened and where it happens. Thus, our great emphasis on place and location and sacred geography. Chaco, I forgot. There we go. Chaco Canyon. I'm going to go really fast here. The Black Hills, Plymouth Rock, Trail of Tears, the Colorado River, Wounded Knee, Mesa Verde, Alcatraz, Oak Flats, Quito Paquito. These are all native places that hold memory and stories of radically shifting relations. These are inflection points. These places echo throughout time and outside of time as sacred portals to the timeless. Today, we see the consequences of not maintaining our kinship relationships. Prophecies, dreams, and visions of many nations foretell this world ending and being recreated. Our Anishinaabe Seventh Fire prophecy predicted the colonization of Turtle Island and foretold of our current crisis. We are currently in the seventh fire, an existential crossroads between a scorched path of suffering and death, or of lighting the eighth fire, a green path of radical friendship, peace, and kinship. Many Indigenous leaders talk about the necessity of lighting the eighth fire to create a new people and a new world. But we Indigenous peoples cannot do this alone. And in fact, the prophecy says we cannot do this without our settler relatives and without transforming what today we call settler colonialism. So we are living in truly mythical and perhaps apocalyptic times. We have survived a few of them. With reverence and responsibility, we must slow down to be present with what is and with each other, to listen. Rooted in timeless urgency, we can repair historic injustices. We can renew reciprocal relations, and we can again practice our radical kinship. Miigwech.
Thank you, Melissa. Joni.
So I'll talk today about history, the creation of the future from the past. History is, let me do my PowerPoint. I need to remember this. History is not the past, wrote the great cultural critic Henry Lacy. It is an artful assembly of materials from the past designed for usefulness in the future. And I think that's exactly what we saw from Stephen's PowerPoint. Kim Stanley Robinson, the celebrated science fiction writer and author of The Ministry of the Future, imagines the coming decades in a speculative novel that tells how humans will deal with climate change. Robinson reflects on the role of history in the form of a riddle. Quote, "Everyone doing things in the world makes me. I am blood in the streets, catastrophe you can never forget. I happen in the present, but am told only in the future. I am history. Now make me good," unquote. Lacy's definition and Robinson's riddle challenge us to make history good. The critic Raymond Williams once wrote that every historical period has its own, quote, structure of feeling, unquote. In the 1960s, it was the Beatles, the Vietnam War, and civil rights. Each period of time, Williams thought, had a distinct way of organizing basic human emotions into an overarching cultural system that shapes human experiences, motivations, behaviors, desires, and choices. This is the focus of the human sciences. In the last 2 years, it has been COVID-19 that has been structuring the feeling of this historic period. We have been living through what some call, and in my own research, I'm calling syndemic, a portmanteau of synergy, epidemic, and pandemic. This is a word that suggests the ways that pandemics are linked. And in our talks by Rimjim Agarwal and Michael Udall, we've seen illustrations, really great illustrations of these linked injustices, racism, inequities, and historic occurrences of disease. People who work in the human sciences study these periods of history and talk about what some call the tragedy of the time horizon. The tragedy is that humans are not so good at responding to big data, long epochs of time, or caring enough about the large numbers of people dying or future people who will have to fix the planet that we are now damaging. Human scientists think about, as Stephen's talk just suggested, moving beyond simplistic chronicles of progress and towards more compelling narratives that will catalyze the imagination of survivable, thrivable futures and account for complexity. The Ministry of the Futures imagines future extreme events, such as those that Asfaldo just addressed, and asks if we need to experience horrifying events to change our trajectory. In the novel, a heat wave in India kills millions. This event is so horrifying, writes Robinson, that it has become one of those events that people talk about later, a date used as a shorthand for a whole period, a tectonic shift in history, an earthquake in the head, unquote. Robinson also imagines a second event decades after the Indian drought, and it is not a horrifying event. It is inspirational, planned, designed for a purpose. People name it Harmony Day, and it takes place on a beach in Oahu. Activists work for over a year to organize a global event so memorable that it will shift thinking. Everyone on the planet is asked to pray for just 5 minutes at the same moment in time. And as they pray, to think about the coexistence of all sentient beings and meditate on our connections and relationships. The metaphor for this event is a big wave with many surfers riding it. To imagine Harmony Day, Robinson clearly familiarized himself with indigenous knowledges and sciences that we heard about just a minute ago from Melissa Nelson, and yesterday from Honani Kane, Annette Lee, and Katie Kamala Mela. This is the reason that the scene is set in Oahu. Harmony Day imagines a time when all humans understand and can put into effective use what Annette Lee called two-eyed vision, which brings together indigenous sciences and stories of water, land, and sky, and Western histories and sciences. A day in which humans will bring multiple perspectives from the human and natural sciences and from religions and spiritualities. And finally, with COVID, as people take off their masks, there will be enormous pressure to go back to the old ways of experiencing life, to forget what we have learned in this endemic. So how will we artfully gather up memories and stories and histories, past and present, and create communities of purpose to build a future we want? Thank you.
Wonderful, Joni. Thank you. So we have good time for questions for these four panelists, and then we'll have a substantial opportunity for discussion among all three panels with the audience. Please. Go for it.
Need to have somebody in the audience to ask questions, so I got it. I was just going to say that, Steve, your talk was so powerful. I brought tears to my eyes, and I wanted to thank you for that. I don't really have a question, but nobody else was asking.
There's a question. No? Pointing.
So as the one
assigned to communicate a lot of these things for you all. These passages, Nancy, I want to echo that. I think these were all very powerful. How do you see these kind of being able to come together that we can almost compile them into something that we can more broadly share across the laboratory and beyond to better give a sense of what it is that we're trying to do?
So you're asking how the four of us are, or this whole, well, I would start with the four of us. I think there's a direct link in the way Osvaldo's using, current extreme events to kind of predict the future. And in a way, the prophetic stories I referred to are also doing the same thing. And then we had a chronicle of that so beautifully illustrated by Stephen, a historical overview that kind of led to an imaginative overview of it with the great work Joni brought in from literature. So I see a direct link. We are the narratives group because worldview, narrative, the stories we tell ourselves, the stories we tell each other, we heard that from the other group. That is the crux of how we can transform our mindscape. I love one friend of mine says, yes, we have to restore the headwaters of ecosystems, but we really have to restore the ecosystem of the headwaters of the ecosystem. Restore the headwaters of the ecosystem. So I think that's equally important in what we're all trying to do here.
I would just reinforce that point that in some ways this was all like I represent narratives, but this was all narratives in a way, and I think we're each sort of trying to tackle an aspect of it. We're each trying to tackle an aspect of narratives in different ways. I mean, Osvaldo gave us a chance to think about extremes and climate in ways that allows us to have a larger vision about it. And I think in each of us was trying to do that, and from the past, there's much that we can derive, but looking forward, we have a chance, and living in the world now, we have a chance to actually begin to tease out the narratives that we think help to make sense of the world that we're living in and help us to give guidance to the world and the future that we want to live in. So I hope that we were working in some ways and taken together. Maybe there is some value in sharing the different aspects.
Yes, and I would just add that people keep telling me that they open up the Ministry of the Future and they read about this drought in India, which kills millions of people. It happens in the future. It's a horrifying event. And I think Robinson is asking us to think about how many horrifying events must we live through before we collectively change our trajectory. And so I keep telling people, please, please get to Harmony Day. Read all the way through the novel so you can get to Harmony Day, because Harmony Day.
When do we get there?
Yeah. Well, in the novel, Harmony Day happens decades and decades and decades after the Indian drought. And India is the world's leader on climate science at that point. So India takes that event and they become, the world's leader. But Harmony Day is so clearly based on what we heard from Annette Lee yesterday, which she called two-eyed seeing. So bringing together indigenous ways of knowing, indigenous sciences, indigenous understandings of what Kyle White, our friend Kyle White, calls deja vu. Indigenous people have already lived through, are living through, are surviving, and are moving beyond apocalypse. And so can we look to them? Robinson suggests we should look to them to see how it is that we'll go forward. So if you've started Ministry of the Future, please keep reading.
And Joni, I think that's a very good point, because as somebody who's read it, and I've had to read it and stop and start again because that opening chapter is so harrowing.
It is so, and people have told me they've had nightmares, and I understand, but please keep reading.
Yeah, thank you. So it seems like with this panel layered into the conversation, it seems to me that, or I'm getting this feeling that time's a little out of joint, in the sense that there's this way in which we couldn't go fast enough, or we couldn't do this quick enough, but what we need to do is slow down. In other words, we couldn't slow down fast enough. And I'm just wondering if we could reflect, and maybe this is a question for the larger panel, but what it seems like this panel is suggesting is that, yeah, on the one hand, we need to come together as fast as we can, but on the other hand, there's Harmony Day. And on the other hand, we actually need to pay attention to the multiple splintering temporalities, which doesn't look like at a rapid pace, which actually looks like paying attention and being aware and developing new rituals and new habits of attention. So I'm just wondering if we could talk a little bit about that that's a new kind of splintering of time, if you will.
Yeah, I would just quickly say that Harmony Day is planned. That's the key. People do not forget the disasters. They don't go back to business as usual. They remember and they plan for the future. So
I would like to propose that we measure time. We could measure time in different units. We are stuck in measuring time in hours or days, but we also can measure in units of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, parts per million, or number of people dying of hunger, or temperature in the upper atmosphere. There's many ways that we can, and they are not all moving at the same rate. And by just looking at only time measured in hours and days, I think it's misleading. Even in the human life, you can measure life in time, in years that we live, but also you can measure in your accomplishments, in your hours with friends, or many other ways. So I'm suggesting trying to explore other dimensions of time.
So I would like to just suggest that we're in this fix because we actually believed, or there were people who believed in the notion of infinite economic growth, and that we could just keep accelerating without consequence, and we could just keep, exploiting the resources of the earth without consequence. And so that tended to accelerate. And now we're I think we're exactly at the point where the slowing down gives us a chance to rethink the choices that have been made. And, we're just at a really very early stage of beginning to figure out how to do it. And hopefully the slowing down doesn't depend upon catastrophe and collapse as a way to motivate people.
I would say there's something very myopic sometimes about urgent thinking that just puts us on one track and with blinders on. And so there is a need to really slow down to understand and analyze things. And we had this debate or discussion in one of the first Firestarters that we need to have polycognitive thinking and ability to think at different time zones, the two-eyed seeing, zoom lens thinking, very close, very far, and to really inhabit those multiple ways of thinking in ourselves, because this linear path we know is leading us nowhere. So it's a time of timeless urgency and urgent timelessness. I couldn't agree more. And getting back to your point about epistemological changes, really questioning the fundamental concept of time that, like physics has done, I think is something that will help with this paradigm shift in our thinking about our problems and our solutions. So thank you for bringing that up. And one more point, Indigenous peoples are always practicing rituals and ceremonies of world renewal. That's how we mark our time and calendar. The salmon are coming, the abalone are here, something is spawning, the agave are blooming. And then we have world renewal ceremonies where we combine our science and our ecology with religion and spirituality that really honors these life-giving forces in a way where we recreate the world anew every time we have these world renewal ceremonies. It's Harmony Day.
Mm-hmm.
So we've had earlier discussion this week about the role of education, particularly childhood education in futures thinking and time and so on. And I had picked out a quote that I think reflects some of that disjointness. How did it get so late so soon? It's night before it's afternoon. December is here before it's June. My goodness, how the time has flown. How did it get so late so soon? That is obviously Dr. Seuss. Amanda.
I think that is a beautiful introduction to the question that I'm going to ask the panel about the narratives, the dominant narratives, and the way in which we can try and shift those. And Joni, I struggled through to the end of Ministry of the Future encouraged by Jason. But I just wanted to remind you that India, in fact, broke with global governance agreements and actually conducted geoengineering, much to people's chagrin, to try to slow things down. So there is this notion of, are we going to continue, like Don't Look Up, going down these catastrophic pathways? And it's going to take something really, really serious. I mean, one would have thought the pandemic was serious. One would have thought Ukraine was serious. But my question to you all is about how to counter the disinformation. So we saw Zoya from Ukraine here earlier, and she said 2 months ago, her Russian friends were fully aligned with the Ukrainian population. Now, her friends won't speak to her because these images are all concocted by Ukraine, and Russia is doing nothing wrong. It's a vast conspiracy against Russia. So how do we begin to counter the kinds of narratives that we hear from the oil companies, for example, about what is really going on? I'd love to hear from all of you on.
Stephen, are you going to talk about social media?
I mean, I think, there's the technological march that's accelerated and amplified the voices that are looking, the bad actors that are looking to spread, false information, and they're not doing it because they don't understand. They're doing it because they're trying to manipulate the public's belief about the reality of the climate crisis. I mean, Exxon knew in 1979 that the climate crisis was coming and it would have exactly the effect that it's having, but they spread a different message for over 40 years since that time, and so we're living the consequence of that. But I think the challenge is to actually have a more informed and educated public, a more informed and educated electorate who actually is able to decipher the difference between what's true and what's false. So, I mean, I don't think we're going to stop the march of the technology that's able to spread propaganda faster and wider and cheaper than ever before. But I do think we have the ability to try to expand education in a way that people are more literate. And I don't mean can read, I mean that they can actually read the messages that they're receiving and be able to tell the difference between what's true and where they're being lied to. So that's the job of everybody here who cares about education.
So I want to transition now to a time when all of the folks who have spoken in the 3 panels feel that they can continue to contribute. People can continue to ask them questions. Of course, you can continue to ask questions to the 4 folks who are here, but Rim Jim and Nathan and Gary and Shauna and Dave and Kathleen and Sarah and Michael, okay, you guys are all on the spot too. Also, crosstalk among you is great. And if you folks want to answer questions that are aimed at other people, please flag yourselves. I know we've got a question from Kathleen. We've got a question from Shauna, I think. And who else is on the list? Nancy was on the list too.
This is not a question I want to answer. I want to hear from this panel, which has been great. And that is in your role as professors. There have been some articles in the Chronicle of Higher Education recently that this semester, more than any, students have been despondent and depressed and disengaged in the classroom. I felt that. I've seen that this semester. And so my question is really about dystopia narratives. So when I was at George Washington University, a colleague of mine who came to work for me, he was, his specialty was cli-fi. I said, excuse me? Cli-fi. He was the head guy in the climate exchange at Yale and cli-fi. And I said, please slow it down for me. Fiction around climate change and giving the vision of the future, right? And this is sort of what some of you guys touched on. One of my favorite books, and here we are in Arizona, is Water Knife, which is a dystopia about water in Arizona. If you haven't read it, crowd, it's really riveting. But but we have students who have anxiety now about their futures. And I'm just curious what you think as professors we should be doing about these dystopian narratives and how we weave that into our teaching in a constructive way.
That's a question. That's a question that I'd love to answer. Sorry, Osvaldo. I'll make it really quick. The reason why I started teaching about food and food systems is because dystopian narratives were so alienating and isolating to students that I could see that I wasn't really being very effective in addressing environmental issues because students were just turned off and shut down. And I would agree with you that this semester has been really, really hard on the students. And it's really shown clearly in our classes that our students are really feeling, the effects of 2 years of pandemic. So by turning to food and food narratives, I am able to talk to students in ways that I am never able to talk to them before about soil, about food, about seeds. And because we all eat, we're able to find ways to talk about food that are sort of inspirational, if you will. So I don't know if any of you have seen the documentary High on the Hog. High on the Hog is Stephen Satterfield tracing African food traditions in the Americas from Africa to the South, to Texas, to Los Angeles. And in that journey, he recuperates these food traditions that really become very inspirational. And so I'll just leave it at that by switching the narrative a little bit to something we do every day, students can begin to feel that there are things that they can do, choices they can make just through our food system that make them feel a little bit more hopeful. Osvaldo.
I want to answer your question with an anecdote of my class this semester. I was teaching my class on sustainability science, and I gave my students to look at the Millennium Development Goal, the Sustainable Development Goals, and some reports on the progress in the previous decade and what we've done. And as you all know, there's the human-centered goals are met. We reduce hunger, we reduce the cost of food, the cost of food per person. There are more the education, and there are sort of the other set of goals that we are underperforming, like biodiversity, climate, and I don't need to read. But what is interesting, the anecdote, is that my students refuse to discuss the ones who had a positive trend. I couldn't make it. I said, let's go one by one. And then when they go on to one, I said, oh, no. We should go to climate change and biodiversity loss because that's very bad. I says, fine, it's bad, but let's go start in the first one. And they were so ingrained, and our students tend to be pretty progressive, and especially those that take sustainability science, but they were somehow stuck with this narrative that the world was going to hell very quickly. And I try very hard to change that narrative to some things go bad, some things go better. Then there are some trade-offs. Like I try to use this metaphor of like we taking a second mortgage to send our kids to school, but we cannot take a third mortgage because we cannot pay 3 mortgages. But I don't think that I convinced them, but it was sort of surprising to see how stuck they were with this negative narrative that the world is in such a terrible trajectory. But I tried.
So I've had the good fortune of being able to teach a few courses that involve both studying and writing climate narratives. Excuse me. And in particularly in the last one, hope was a central theme that we talked about, and not hope in an idealized or fantasized way, but sort of grounded in a reality and teased out from the world we know, and to try to identify the human connections and the intimate moments that actually make it possible to create empathy and to create sort of a sense of agency. The writing gives agency, the ability to think about different perspectives gives agency and gives people a way to sort of say there's not one path, there's actually multiple paths for doing this. I mean, we just did the Climate Narratives Prize and the 3 winning essays, and they were chosen by the collection of graduate students. I mean, the winner, the essay is called, "Is It Okay to Have a Child?" Well, that sounds like a dark subject in some ways, but it's ultimately a hopeful one because the author has a child, right? And she knew it was a hopeful act. The second place winner was an essay called "The Search for Environmental Hope." And he exactly digs through all the sort of different perspectives, including, a very painful personal experience of a death of a brother and a niece. But what he ultimately comes to is this idea that hope is an action verb, and he got there by the exploration of all these different perspectives. And then you take the last essay, which was called, "This is the Way We Live Now," and the author meets many, many people. She has dinner parties of people from all over the world, and she asks everyone for a snapshot story about, climate change in their own countries, in their own worlds, and their own experiences. And, some of the stories are painful and difficult and give you reason to despair. But when you take it as a whole, you realize here's people all over the world who are confronting the reality and are finding ways to respond. And you take it together and you start to see like, oh, we're actually all in this together. And there's this kind of global connection that we actually have if we pay attention to that. And that opens up, I think, an opportunity for people to think that it's not that there's nothing I can do. In fact, there is something that I can do. And that gets people beyond that darker view.
I would just add real quickly, students want that sense of belonging, that sense of feeling listened to, that their voice matters, that they have agency, that they can actually do something proactive. And that's why the act of planting a seed, like having a child, is a radical act of hope, because you don't know if it's going to sprout, what's going to happen. So I've been blessed to teach a humanities lab in indigenizing food systems, and those students are on fire because they are doing stuff. They are literally planting seeds, and it's given them hope, agency, and a sense of belonging by building community.
Shauna?
So I wanted to come back to questions about underlying narratives and values behind some of the discussion that we've had on this panel. So Stephen, you and I have been talking about, so I just proposed a class called Narratives of Progress. And so we've been talking about how, what would it consist of? But one of the things in thinking about this is, and this comes from students, but also discussions that I've had in many places all over the world, is how implicit and how unconsciously strong our assumptions about what progress looks like and how that can really drive behaviors. So I'm struck over and over again about, why is it that we minimize the metrics that we use to measure progress? And we don't overtly minimize them, but there are a set of metrics that often get used, but we ignore other things like what Nina brought up as far as language diversity. That could be a metric of progress or lack of progress. But GDP, GNP, housing starts. I mean, what does housing starts imply for people who really think about trade-offs? And so I'm struck over and over again about, and something that you said, Melissa, too, about how is it that we can begin to have a much more robust conversation about what the implications are of the words and the metrics that we use commonly, and how can that become a part of what we're doing at the Global Futures Lab? And I'm super excited that this kind of discussion about underlying values and progress narratives is really driving some of the conversations that we're having. So I don't know if there's a question in there. It's more of a comment.
Maybe somebody on the panel wants to try to respond to that, but I'd also perhaps invite Michael Barton to respond to that in the the sort of way that you embraced the quantifiable, the calculable
Can we
with-
measure it? Can we
with
measure
the
it?
challenge of what is it that we already have measured and
So,
what do we still need to?
I'll shift just slightly and I'll put on my other hat of a historical scientist and say that one of the ways to kind of maybe gain some balance in thinking about positive and negative is to put things into a longer perspective. Most of the people here think of the future as 10, 50 years into the future, and the past as 50 to 100 years into the past. And I have a much longer perspective on that. I teach a course on human impacts in the environment, long-term human impacts occasionally. And I want to point out, as someone else mentioned this too, is that people transform the world and we're transforming it now. And some of those transformations have been, at least from our perspective, really negative and really a problem in terms of degraded landscape, loss of water, reduction of species, diversity, a lot of things. But others have been really positive. Place where I do field work is in the Mediterranean, right? And so this is an area, if you look at it through one lens, this is a highly degraded landscape characterized by erosion, deforestation, repeated deforestation, wars, disease, a lot of things, right? But it's still a highly productive landscape agriculturally. It's one that people consider highly beautiful and want to visit. We're worried about changes, what people are doing in the Amazon right now, right? And we should be, except that also people intensively modified the Amazon in the past, and those areas that were modified are now the most productive and biologically diverse areas of the Amazon. And so if we need to kind of put things in perspective, if we look about what we worry about what's happening in the future, that there's not enough time to do what we need to do to solve the problems. And these problems are really looming. On the other hand, people have never, ever in our history, nor have any other species, been able to come to any kind of a collective agreement of any kind at a global scale to do anything. We've had agreements at the level of communities and villages and sometimes cities, except now we've actually done some things at global scales, and we've only known about the problem for a generation. In archaeological time, that's a tiny little time. So we're doing amazing things considering where we are. The problem is we have huge challenges we still have to meet. And so I kind of go, you can go back and forth between the pessimism and the optimism.
I think Gary wanted to get in on this, and then I want to go back to the panel, and then we're going to wrap up.
I had the good fortune of being in this room at 9 o'clock on Monday morning as part of the first panel, and I'm here again as part of the last panel. At the first one, I raised a point rhetorically that I would actually like to put into the room. Not that I expect a particular response, but the rhetorical thing, the question that I put was, what exactly do we think it is we're building? What is humanity building? We are frenetically building. And the pace at which we are doing it just keeps accelerating. In his book, Bacteria to Bach and Back, the philosopher Daniel Dennett has a little interlude where he talks about termites and what they are building. And he raises in that context the idea of competence without comprehension. Is it worthwhile that we spend some time thinking about whether we're actually building something, or is this just competence without comprehension?
Before we get to the panel, I'll let Nancy, since I skipped over her, she had yielded, but I'll go back to her.
Okay, I'm going to riff off these last two because I think we have an issue with time and rate of change here that is really important to think about. If we go back to the biodiversity loss issue, the rest of the non-human organisms in the world are constrained in their ability to evolve and adapt to changes in the environment that are happening increasingly fast. Humans have this what they're building is niches. They're building their places, what we want to live in. And so this idea of, not my idea, this idea of sociocultural niche construction is something that human being and cultural evolution, cultural plus biological evolution together can accelerate. And we're seeing the consequences of that. And it hasn't been well thought out. And that's why we're in this situation where the problems of today were the solutions of yesterday. The thing is that I think we're also, I'm just going to add this, in a great example of niche construction is the cities we're building, right? And these things are not, we have left out the other non-human organisms that we really do depend on, and ecosystems that we do depend on, thinking that we can replace these with these habitation places that we're building, cities. But the thing that I think we have to start introducing into this is the idea that it's not just socio-cultural, ecological, it's also socio-ecological and technological evolution that we have to take into account. And one of the things that's happening with all these really accelerating changes is the possibility that our own inventions of technological advance are getting to the point where they're exceeding the capacity of our own human imaginations and abilities, cognitive abilities to keep up. And so, I mean, I think it's not just time, and time isn't linear. It's at this point, things, going back to what Osvaldo was saying, most things are accelerating. And in this accelerating world of time, how do we actually think about building what we're building in a better way?
Nancy, thank you for bringing technology back into this. There's a sort of mantra of a lot of technologists, particularly the newfangled synthetic biologists, that we can only know something sufficiently if we know how to build it. But that does not mean that we can actually know what we build. Okay, let's go back to the panel, and then I've got some wrap up.
So it's not just time, it's also values, right? What do we value? And to Shauna's point, we focus on measuring how much stuff we produce, and we value that as the achievement of our life, rather than, I don't know, why can't we measure happiness? Why have we not been able to figure that out? Why can't we measure well-being? Why can't we measure belonging, right? If those are actually things that we think we ought to build because they're worth something. And instead we're living in a world where those things are, I mean, we talk about them, but we seem to live in a world where the things that we measure are the things that we value. And there's a lot of, I think, fresh questioning we ought to be doing about where we focus our attention and how we go about, measuring and modeling those things along with the things that have been measured and modeled for a long, long time.
Anybody else from the panel?
To add, thank you earlier for pushing back on the scaling up. And there's a whole concept being used actually in philanthropy of scaling deep, so that you're actually going deeper into those local niches with values and transformations and the more than human world rather than scaling up. So agree with that. And then what you shared about the acceleration of time reminded me of a great chapter written by the late physicist, philosopher David Bohm, called Technological Ascent and Psychological Descent.
And I'll just add by saying that I have the privilege of being on the Global Sustainability General Education Planning Committee. And in that context, we decided to convene a group of students to ask them what they would like to be in their courses on global sustainability. What did they value? And essentially what they said is that many of the students that take classes on sustainability do it for general education. And so they're really happy to see that ASU is moving towards a core curriculum change in which sustainability is going to be included in the curriculum. And one of the things that they said was that just learning a little bit about sort of cradle to grave sustainability issues, farm to fork, sustainability issues changed their behavior. And they were so grateful for these courses in Gen Ed. So So our students are thinking about this. They're thinking about values, they're thinking about ethics, they're thinking about sustainability, and they're looking forward to, you know, the kinds of courses that we're going to be teaching here at the Global Futures Lab and the College of Global Futures.
Great. Osvaldo, did you have anything to conclude with?
Thank you for bringing the idea of values. And I think that you mentioned, Stephen, and I think that's central. And I don't think that we want to change values. The values is part of who we are, but I think it's very important to put the values on the table. So these are my values. And that's going back to the anecdote of my student who didn't want to look at the things that were in the sustainable development goals that were getting better. My interpretation is that their values were focused on the things they don't have. All of them had relatively, most of our students don't go hungry. So when I say that we reduce the number of people who are hungry, that doesn't resonate with them because that's not something that it's personally experienced. They don't know what hunger is. That they know the concept, but they don't feel that. When I talk with a lot of power, they say, "Oh, the number of women who die at birth has been reduced," and that's so important. So, and that doesn't bounce back for my audience, and I didn't say anything to them, but when I was going back home, I was thinking, wow, it has to do with their values. And there's nothing wrong with their values, but it's good to put them on the table so we can start negotiating with them.
So thank you to the panel. And in thanks to you all, I'm going to finish that poem. And then I'm going to tell you where the reception is because it's moved. Each minute bursts in the burning room. The great globe reels in the solar fire, spinning the trivial and unique away. How all things flash, how all things flare. What am I now that I was then? May memory restore again and again the smallest color of the smallest day. Time is the school in which we learn. Time is the fire in which we burn. So for me, if you'll allow me this, the juxtaposition in this poem of identity and existence, of education and fate is central to the work that we do in a mission organization like Global Futures Lab and in a public university like ASU. And I hope that these panels, this session, this week, and all that we do in GFL helps you all sort out what learning means to your fate and to the fate of the planet and its people, and what you will do with the flame that time gives you. So.
Dave?
I have a note, yes.
If you will just allow me one thing before you announce where the reception is. It would be beyond remiss if we didn't recognize a few people who made this week absolutely possible. I want to thank Brandon Couture, who's been sitting at this podium all week long, making these screens work. Hoping we can get them out of their hole, but we have Travis Matthews and Ron Magadan who are back in there. Here they are. There's Ron back there. These three gentlemen have figured out how to make this room sing for us all week long, and we're still learning it. We're still getting to understand it, but I think we all get a sense of what an absolute gem this is for our new home. So thank you. Also this week, absolutely could not have happened without Michelle Oldfield, who is still out there moving things around. If you see her out as you go up, please tell her thank you. She has been supported by an army of the events crew from Knowledge Enterprise who have helped make all of these things flow seamlessly. So this is absolutely thanks to them. We've been helped on social media by Kyler right here. Kyler, if you want to wave at everybody, his colleague Vincent, everybody. And I want to really thank Mickey Kittleson, who helped pull out the planning for all of this together. Thank you, Mickey. And thanks to everybody who attended this week. It was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you all. And the reception has been moved from the courtyard, where I'm presuming it's too windy, up to the third floor dry lab. I'm not sure what, I haven't been told precisely what room number that is. 310. You need more foundation funding to have the wet lab. 310. Thanks, everybody.